Or to this computer. So you're all liable at this point.
I'll kick off. So Steve Lasker with Microsoft, I work on our container registries. My engineering team will be joining us, validating the engineering team by not being here early. We've been trying to get this going for a while. Yeah, being recorded, I know, yeah, the warning.
No, I'm just letting you be seen.
Oh, yeah. I see. I thought that was the warning of be careful what you say if you want anything done. So, sorry, I'm distracted now. Between Docker Hub and MCR with Microsoft being a software company, not just a cloud, all of our software, we put up as well, and it became pretty obvious pretty quickly that it's great that we could sign stuff on what became MCR, but as soon as customers follow any kind of best practice, put it in their registry, that signature means nothing. So that was kind of the first issue that we really faced, and then there's lots of usability and other stuff we've been all talking about. So the ability to move a signature with an artifact across has been one of the biggest sticking points. And then lately, as security ramps up, air-gapped environments have become the next round. And air-gaps are not just submarines and oil platforms, but inside of Azure, inside of AWS, but VNetted. So those have been the big things that I've been passionate about. And because we literally, as a software company, again, we want to be able to run Windows software and SQL software and .NET and other things in other clouds, it's of our best interest to make sure that the signatures move across registries. So that's been my passion to get this started. So with that, I'll round around clockwise. When you go, I'll just flip you over.
Sure. So I'm Sam. I'm an engineer at AWS. I work mostly on the container runtime side, but I have broad interest in just how containers work in general. So.
Sam, what was your last name?
Karp.
Karp, that's right.
K-A-R-P.
Hey, I'm Jay Pipes. I'm an engineer on the PKF team here. Mostly just here to listen and learn a little bit.
My name is Raja. I'm a product manager here at Amazon. I spend a lot of time on the ECR side of things. Image citing in particular was a little bit of a passion of mine for a while here. It still holds a special place in my heart. My broad focus is hybrid with respect to containers and how that lives and operates. Echoing some of the sentiment of what Steve started with, as we spoke with customers about image signing, it became very apparent that Notary was something that they were very familiar with, something they very much desired. But there was very specific aspects of the requirements with respect to portability, the security posture of it, et cetera, that became areas that we wanted to help improve and were important for us to see how to make that experience better for customers. And so as we started digging deeper into Notary, how do we either work with community, solve for these problems? This was a space that we wanted to very much see how we can work with the community, because it became apparent that it's not just about how we implement a signing solution, but how that solution works with other places where that image might have come from or might go to. That was important for customers. And so as we think about Notary V2, that portability aspect was important for us. Also, how is it that we, and there's certainly probably aspects of this as Microsoft, Amazon, Google, thinking about how do we leverage some of the security best practices, what we can do for an enablement, for scalability, how do we plug that into Notary to some respect in a way that doesn't inherently change Notary in the way that it works, allows us to lean in some of our benefits for customer benefit, but also still allows Notary to stay its own self, its own cognizant self that can be implemented by customers and other providers as well without totally forking it. So.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Phil, engineer from ECR.
Hi, I'm Lahiru, also engineer from ECR.
And ECR is
TUE.
And ECR, by the way, is Amazon's Elastic Container Registry. Mm-hmm. That's our Docker registry.
Yeah. My name's Lahiru, Lahiru.
Lahiru.
Yep.
Okay. And you also on ECR?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm Vincent from Red Hat and have been in and around this space for a while. Container signing is something that we have wanted and needed for years, and everybody's worked at it at their own way, and not just with Notary and then Red Hat's quote unquote simple but detached signing, and then how companies have pretty much done similar to that, invented their own way, but some way to bring it all back together. Especially, and you'll hear from a lot of the Quay team that's on the line in a while. Red Hat had been involved in the early tough conversation and went its own way and did a detached simple signing that was a fair amount of engineering effort for any customers that wanted to do that. But at least it had the feature of not shutting down their infrastructure like some of them found with Notary. And the Quay folks that are now part of Red Hat have also a tough solution that solves some of the use cases as well. This conversation is really needed to bring all that back together, as well as, like you said, have it industry supported across registries. So I'm glad to be here.
I'm John Johnson. I am an engineer at Google. I used to work on GCR, but I currently just am holding the hat for a bunch of container tools that will be affected by this. And so I have a vested interest in this going a way that works for me and makes sense for Google internally and externally, and we can actually adopt it instead of just ignoring it.
Yeah.
There you go, that's always a good one. Hi, my name is Omar Paul. I am the product manager for the Amazon Container Registry. So Raj and I are peers, colleagues.
My name is Lindsay Smith. I'm part of the Google team that runs the GCR registry. My interest really is to learn a bit more about this space, and in particular learn some of the more interesting use cases, not just regular container back and forth, but some of the stuff that like enterprise clients want, so we can shape the product over the next few years.
Hi.
Lindsay, okay.
Yeah, Lindsay.
Okay.
This is gonna be even better. My name is Lucas Offertshaw.
That's what I'm typing. The advantage of sitting right next to you.
And I work on GCR with Lindsay, and I used to work with John. And yeah, I'm here to learn about the signing, container signing stuff, how it would work for customers, really use cases is something that I would like to, learn more about.
And then we can go to the phone.
Yeah. Is
Is Justin coming in? Or?
Yeah. He's wearing his
Uh-oh.
engineer hat apparently.
Oh, I see. All right. From the phone, I'll start with what is the list I see. Derek?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
So yeah, I'm Derek McGowan. I work at Docker. I've been kind of involved in this conversation for a little while as well, early on with the distribution and stuff.
Okay. Michael Hassenblass.
Hey there, I'm a developer advocate in the AWS Container Service team looking after container security.
Okay. Mike Brown.
AWS, right? Is what I heard? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this is Mike Brown. I work on the OCI specifications, also work on Kubernetes Signo components, Containerd, et cetera. Been working in this area for about 4 or 5 years and having fun. I echo Vincent's comments. This is definitely an important use case. I want to make sure it works all the way down the stack. So here I am. Cheers.
And up the stack.
Up, down, middle, sideways.
Now. Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, I guess we have to make that decision, right?
Well, I do think that we'll get to that. I think if the outcome of this isn't how was this exposed, how was signing and attestation of the image through Kubernetes, if that's not a thing that is enabled by this conversation, I think that we failed.
I agree. Cheers.
Okay. That's my point. All right, Miloslav.
Hello, I'm Miloslav Trmač. I worked on container signing for Red Hat, initially contributing to Notary and trying to adapt it for our requirements. And when we ran out of time, implementing what we call the simple signing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I was typing something. I looked back at your phone number. So can you?
It's Miloslav Trmač.
Slav, S-O?
Yeah, MILOSLAV.
L-A-V.
Last name is TRMAC. Let's call that a C.
And where, from where?
Red Hat.
Oh, okay.
And then Omar's dialed in. Radu.
Hey everyone, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer at Microsoft that work on the CNAB team. We're also interested in, first of all, using OCI registries to distribute bundles, and also we're interested in implementing the security specification using currently Notary, and interested in air gap scenario and moving signatures from one place to another. And so here we are.
Ralph?
I'm Ralph Squillace. I'm the program manager for CNAB and Porter, Radu's colleague, and he summarized our interest very well.
Cool. Now the whole of the New York office Quay team.
Sure. I'm Joey Shore. I'm the tech lead and former co-founder of Quay.
I'm Hank. I work on Claire, the security scanner for Quay, and I'm just here as a curiosity.
I'm Hank. I also work on Quay, and I'm also here for
So hold on, before you go, Evan. What were the two names of Claire? I didn't catch in.
Who was after Claire?
Hank.
Sorry, somebody. Hank.
And Kenny.
Okay. Kenny.
Oh, Kenny.
Okay, I'm sorry, Evan. Go ahead.
I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can. I'm bad with, yeah. So having this HackMD doc open for anybody, please correct.
Can you put a link at the HackMD in the Zoom chat?
Yeah, I can. So pause people, because otherwise I'm going to lose what people are saying. Chat, Team,
all the places.
Everyone. Blast the world. We have some Google people here. Can we just get it on Google search that quick?
Oh my God.
All right, I got Joey, Hank, Kenny. Who's next?
Evan, go ahead.
So I'm Evan Cordell. I'm a former Quay team member who worked on the integration with Notary and some on Tough as well. So I'm interested from that side, but I'm also, I work on the operator lifecycle manager now, and we're looking at using OCI artifacts to ship things to clusters, and we're interested in signing those as well. So both sides.
Hi, I'm Marina Moore. I'm actually at NYU. I'm a PhD student there. I've been working on Tough for the past year and a half, and so I'm interested in the progress made there.
Very good. So that was that whole room. Thank you. Sam Karp, Steve, and our Darwin. All right, and then since
we've had additions,
as I say, since we've been doing that circle, I'll let Justin introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Justin Cormack. I'm a Notary maintainer, and I work in the security at Docker, and generally interested in all the things we're doing across Docker and registry, but also just kind of myself, because we need to get all these people in the room. So it's really good that everyone's there, and I think that I'm really positive about where we're going with this.
And I'm Chad Metcalf, also at Docker. I'm an architect, mostly focused on Docker's relationship with web.
Maybe Kat, you probably want to introduce yourself as well.
Sure. Hey, my name is Kat, formerly an embedded Linux engineer at JFrog, but now I'm a developer advocate at JFrog, and I am replacing Casey for most of these meetings because he's not an engineer. Yeah.
Thank you for coming on last minute notice.
Yeah, no
Are
problem.
you actually on this part of the coast, or did you just fly?
Yeah, no, I live in Seattle.
Oh, okay, good. So it wasn't, we had just connected, I think, on Monday or Tuesday, and so I'm glad you guys were able to make it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did we get everybody? Anybody else join on the call? Okay.
All right. Can you put the HackMD link in the Slack?
I'm sorry, I put it on Zoom chat. Let me see if I, oh wait, I have.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed it. I wrote that out.
Think. Okay. I've been Slack challenged lately because I've been moving things around. So it's like you're showing up on my phone, on my browser. So that's why your post the other day was so hysterical. Okay, let me project so you guys can kind of keep me honest on notes. Sorry for the noise on the phone as I move stuff across your head.
If you're dialed in, then
Quick
share your screen.
bookkeeping, lunch shows up around 12:30-ish, so we'll just get it set up outside. And then we can go from there. And at 1:30, I believe, I have to give up this room.
Oh.
But we have another one, which will
Okay.
fit 100 people, so there we go. I think in the same building.
All right, so just a quick housekeeping. We've grown exponentially. I think we started this with the hopes that Justin, a couple people from AWS and us would meet, and then John was able to get you folks involved. And then it's just exponentially grown from there. So that's just huge. I put together a quick agenda on this just so we can kind of do, so we've got the intros down right on time, actually. I wanted to kind of kick things off for goals for the meeting. Like, what do we want to accomplish today? Because I don't think we're coming out of here with a spec committed and a V1 stamp on it with everybody implemented it today. Somewhat realistic expectations. But then what do we want to do today? But actually, what do we want to be as goals for Notary V2? Just getting to it being named Notary V2 has been a huge accomplishment. So thank you, Justin, for that. So hit the 2 goals, and then I really put on the PM hat of what exactly are we trying to achieve with the requirements, what it is we want to be complete. I mentioned a couple of things in the kickoff, but what is it that, as we're going through the various designs and discussions, what can we measure it back to? Does it meet this requirement? Because we've obviously have Notary V1 out there, there's Docker Content Trust, there's some solutions that you guys have done, and they weren't bad efforts. We just didn't land or didn't understand maybe the requirements because some of the stuff was done before we even had this wide an ecosystem. So as we're restarting a new effort here, what is it that we want to see as success? That was kind of the main goal there. I left the mid-afternoon open because we'll have to see where this goes and where we want to have discussions. I didn't want to pre-frame it. And then I left a little bit of time at the end for us to kind of bring it home. We have a sort of a deadline at 4 that a couple of you had to leave.
Yeah.
Is there enough AWS people here that we could, or maybe we'll go over to the spheres or something? We kind of figured we might be able to sneak that in there.
We can sneak in the spheres.
We also work from the spheres. Maybe not maybe
we can zoom in.
I don't think we can.
I actually wasn't sure how many people were showing up. This is a lot larger than I realized, and I think we have like literally 1 chair left in the room, which actually I think I have at least 2 people coming from our team, so we'll figure that out. Anyway, so the plan was we would wrap up around 3:30, 4, and we'll get a dinner. If everybody, well, at some point I'll figure out who's actually going to come to dinner, and I'll find a place unless somebody has a recommendation. And then we'll figure out some next steps from there. So that was kind of the structure. Just trying to have something to work from. Before we kick in, is any questions or anything? Even on the phone? And on the phone, just please chime in. Being in a box is hard, so we'll try to make sure that we give you guys a voice into the conversations, and hopefully you can hear us well. We've got a nice little Polycom set up here.
Audio's pretty good.
Awesome. Okay, so again, please everybody help with taking notes. Sorry, so I've got housekeeping, goals for the meeting. Okay, so I really wanted to make this a roundtable discussion. So I'll do a quick recap just with Justin and the folks that came in. My goal is that we can actually take software that we put up on MCR or software that's on Docker Hub and move it into a customer's registry, wherever that is, in the major clouds, on-prem, in the major clouds with a product like JFrog. The signature must be able to move with it. And we'll go into the details of requirements, but just in the sense that was the thing that I was kind of hoping. For today's meeting, my hope is really that we get together and get some basic requirements and get the base of the conversation done. I don't expect to get too deep in the answers. I'm sure we will, but
yeah, my hope was that we could identify some areas that we need to focus on and set up maybe smaller groups of people who want to kind of spend some time deep diving into some of the areas where we know we have to solve things.
Yeah.
And if we can identify what a bunch of those areas are today, I think that would be very helpful, so we know what we have, which areas we have to do more work on, and who's got particular interest in working on those, because maybe not everyone has in all the areas.
Yeah, I expect this to get split up into groups. And one of the other things that well, it's just goals for the meeting, sorry. So that was kind of just break up the areas, get people introduced, find out who's interested. I'm sure we'll try to have somewhat regular meetings where we get all together, but it's very difficult. Probably KubeCon is probably the next chance in March. So if we can establish that rapport with people, that as we do the online conversations, people kind of know who each other's are and what their area of focus is. So that's really helpful. So that was what I was hoping to get out of today. And Justin, I guess, or Sam, or anybody else.
I mean, I kind of wrote in the doc, questions doc this morning, sort of proposed North Star, which is kind of the things I kind of think that we kind of failed to do with Azure V1, I guess. So in particular,
let me share my screen. Yeah, I just realized. Let me share. Sorry, hold on one second, Justin. Let me start. No. I can't share. You have to.
I have to delegate.
Yes.
Can't you can't press that share button?
Where?
The green one.
Oh, the one that was hovering over? Wait, hold on, screen. There we go.
Yeah, so I think that these were kind of some of the issues that I felt that we failed to get right. I think that signed content is a very small proportion of content, and even with that, the number of people who check the signatures is even smaller. So it's kind of like, even where there is signed content, people are not checking it. And we kind of failed to fix either of those things over time for various reasons. Ease of use, I think, is obviously a really important one, and in particular, the original design of Notary had a separate Notary standalone tool, and it was not integrated well into anything. We then spent a bunch of time kind of iterating around Docker Trust, which is kind of easier to use implementation in Docker, but there was no implementation, for example, for Kubernetes or anything else. So it was still kind of, and there's a few fragmented things, but there isn't a kind of common user experience and common understanding of what user experience should be in different kind of tools that people are using either for development or production. People didn't always understand the security guarantees that we were trying to give them. I think people had different ideas of either what they wanted or what they were getting, or exactly, under what circumstances they get what they're getting. I give this kind of example about the trust on first use, which trust on first use can be a really great security model, but it is not if your total environment is totally ephemeral and every use is first use, for example. So I think there were kind of design problems around that, but also in general, I think people's understanding of what they were getting was often not the same as, or what they, and people had sort of asks about how they should use signature signing, and they didn't correspond to what they were actually getting, and so there was a lot of confusion about this, I think. As Steve mentioned, federation, I mean, fundamentally, people use a lot of different registries in their day-to-day work, and that should be encouraged. People should be, in production, be pulling content from close to where they're running, and those kinds of things make a lot of sense. There's, performance reasons and things. So, but we've ended up with a way where you can't identify that the content in one registry is the same as the content in another registry, and it has the same origin, it's got the same guarantees, and so that's obviously been a big problem from the point of view of federation, or even kind of people's work. People have invented workflows around how they stage content between registries or between namespaces and registries that has a lack of continuity as well, even in a single registry, because we didn't really understand at the time what kinds of workflows people would want. People, I think, haven't even kind of finished working out what these workflows between registries and what registries really are. And yeah, having everyone in the room agreeing at the same time, because I think one of the problems with Notary would be one if it was only available in a few places, and so people just couldn't use it because it wasn't in that registry, and that was obviously a problem. So those were kind of the things that, the kind of high-level things I felt were the things that we should try and fix, and these were the kind of aims without providing any particular directions. These were kind of the areas that I felt were the most important pieces.
Steve, can you expand on can you expand on each cloud can point to a central notary location for general content point you just added in the goals list?
I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Joey, you might have to.
We need to move
more clearly. It sounds a little echoey.
Yes, apologies. We need to move the puck when we were talking. I forgot.
Yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, I'm just like talking straight into it now. Steve, can you expand on the each cloud can point customers to a central location for quote general content point that you put as a goal? What do you mean?
Sorry.
Content.
Let me, actually, even better point, good point. So first, housekeeping, I was gonna start with goals of the meeting. I think we kind of have the goals of the meeting, so let's like have the conversation what we want to be the goals for Notary V2. So that's where I kind of shifted a lot of Justin's notes to there, and I put in one myself. So what I meant by content, thank you, was documentation content. The way that Justin was referring to it is a consistency between clouds. It'd be really nice if we each didn't have such a separate implementation. So the tool sets that people use, whatever a Notary tool, a Docker client tool, a Containerd tool, whatever that is, that if people are trying to understand how Notary works, we could point them to the Notary V2 location. And the only thing that we have, not that we wouldn't have content on our own sites, but the point is that our sites shouldn't have anything different other than what's unique to how we interact with the customers for the signature scenarios. Like one of the things that I think it was Josh or maybe one of you guys had mentioned was the way the distribution spec works really well is we could all use the storage models that work well for our clouds or the authentication models that work well for our clouds. Key Vault for signature for keys should be things that are unique per cloud, and the spec should make sure that that just works. So as customers are interacting with the various clouds, they have that, or with JFrog, if you've got a product that you're working with in addition, that should be natural to that. So I will change the word content as I stop talking here, and be more documentation is what I meant to say, Joey. So great catch.
I think just to kind of add on there, in the spirit of what we started going towards and adding into the goals from an Amazon perspective, that was definitely one of the key things that we saw, because as we thought about how to provide this for customers and to ensure aspects around chain of trust, the secure experience, having a way for us to be able to plug in without inherently changing Notary and the aspects of it. Some of the pieces that we have to provide a more native and secure experience in terms of how we would implement something like this was very important for us too. So this is a definite plus one from the Amazon side for the items we just started speaking about. And then also the portability aspect, I think, were some of the key areas that we were thinking of from as North Star items or aspirational intent with respect to Notary and how we implement V2, or the capabilities we think about is that experience for the customers where there is likely to be some movement and portability needs present. And so how does it look like if they're going from, say, an on-prem or even across teams within an organization and across multiple repos and registries with the images themselves? How does it look like for us to be able to move that image, the signature, the validation of it, and hand that off between different registries? That portability is an aspect of it that was definitely close to our hearts. But there's other areas that I definitely support with what you were mentioning and your perspectives around some of the gap areas that we want to achieve. Those are two of the high-level items for sure. And then just, I think one area that we were kind of curious about as we started exploring the challenges of how do we solve this and define technically what Notary V2 looks like is what ends up being the distribution of components that live within, say, a client side versus a server side to support or enable these different pieces? What is the right way to kind of structure those aspects to make that better while still allowing for a secure experience between when it's built, when it's signed, and where it lives, and ultimately where it moves to, if at all. So, Omar, anything you want to add to that, or anyone for that matter?
Well, putting the PM piece of this on, as we all know, we all have a need to do this, right? And some of us have already built it in certain mechanisms. Some running a managed service, Red Hat, for instance. GCR, I think you've got your mechanism. There is a mechanism to sign. We're going to have to do something on our side. It would be really, really nice to do something together. Not in 2022, honestly. Right?
No, fair.
Just like, so I think one of the goals for Notary video should be, what's the minimum step that we think is worth rolling and taking to our customers based on all what we know, and then what can be added on so it's nice and flexible, right? Because if you build the whole thing, it may take us a little bit longer before we can go out. Just a timeline of some sort and being cognizant of taking it to market is important.
That's a good point with respect to what do we think will ultimately, at the end of the day, is aspirational, where we need to ultimately get to, and what kind of gets us there from an MVP perspective. That would be good.
Yeah, I want to just mirror that point, right? The simpler we can keep things, and the better we can to keep it for further enhancement in the future, the more likely that we'll all be able to standardize on tooling now, right? The risk that I think we run into is, tough is not simple. Notary wasn't all that simple, and even given the low complexity in running it, there were still a lot of outside concerns around it, which is why we found customers having trouble with it. So if we can try to keep the protocols and technology we're creating here to be as simple as possible, but with the ability to extend it in the future, I think we'll have a winner.
Right. And reuse what we already have. If the objects are something that could be pushed in the registry or the services coupled together.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We were kind of discussing what kind of compatibility do we really want and need to maintain. One of the conversations we were having is, while a couple of us have implemented things like Docker Content Trust and other solutions, the actual usage of it, in all fairness, is pretty low because of the problems that we talk about. And I had the similar challenges with the Helm 2 and Helm 3 things that we supported in the registry. Is, do we want, how much compatibility, like normally, let me rephrase this, normally I'm really passionate about compatibility because we don't want to break customers, but compatibility comes at an extremely high cost. How much of what we have today do we really need to make sure that we do have a compatibility going forward, or can we say, look, here's what our goals are for 2, and if it's a conversion tool or something, is that good enough?
I guess I wasn't saying so much compatibility with what we had as much as we're using infrastructure we know we will have. Gotcha. So like the work that we're doing with artifacts, distribution specs, shove shit into a registry and map the MIME types and whatnot. If the outcome of this is like a signature that could reuse some of these infrastructures, like we know we have a sunk investment in that and we want to move forward with like pushing different MIME types into registries in a very predictable way, manageable way. If this folds back on top of those decisions that we've all made, I think that's a better outcome. I'm not saying here's some net new infrastructure that has to get bolted on and integrated.
Yeah, no, completely. I think that, the kind of model I've kind of sketched in my KubeCon talk was that we definitely, if we want portability, then having signatures in the registry is the sensible way to have it. And that's the whole thing about universality. Like, then it should work in every registry. We don't have to, you don't have to run Notary as well as having a registry. I think that's a kind of definite case. In terms of the backward compatibility thing, I think that my kind of view on that is that if as long as in the short run you can run old clients still against the old registries with the old Notary, then that's probably sufficient. And I'm not sure. I think we're quite happy to re-sign things like official images within new sales signatures, if that makes more sense, rather than trying to keep the old ones. And if there's different, and then they should both, we can do both in parallel for a bit, and then eventually switch off the one kind of thing. So I think that's, but yeah, I think that having signatures in the registry is the only sensible way of making them able to be moved between registries.
It also provides other benefits as well. Like, for example, if you're using a registry that supports arbitrary MIME types but doesn't necessarily understand the signatures, you can still push the information in there and then pull it out later and use tooling that does understand the signatures. And on top of that, we already all have tools that allow for things like mirroring or copying of contents of repositories from one to another, from one system to another. There's already caches that already handle stuff like this, like the Kubernetes Docker image cache. And all of this would, in theory, just work. And the signatures would come along for the ride, on the ride, you know, quote unquote, for free, as long, if we did store them in the registry as just another artifact type.
And just to ping on what Vincent was kind of saying, you know, we've been doing this artifact thing lately where we're able to generalize registries to store anything. The idea is we want to be able to sign anything anyway. Like there'd be obviously tooling around any container specific tooling, the Docker client or container, you know, those would know how to sign container images, but Helm or CNAB, those tools would be able to know how to sign their artifact types and would be the consistent experience. The interesting one that came up on storing in the registry, which, you know, my instinct is yes, it should be, and as well. I did have a customer I was talking to this past week, coincidentally, and they were wanting to sign things. They wanted to use our Notary server that we stood up for Content Trust, but it is Notary server, and they wanted to sign things, but they were storing the content outside of the registry. And they already got some work in place. They were very kind of insistent about that. I was trying to introduce the artifacts concept that they could store things in a registry as well, and they were digesting that as the call was on. I'm curious.
Nothing's stopping them for doing that. I mean, that's been one of the things for a while, as long as you're referencing a digest of the manifest or the manifest list, or it doesn't really matter. But,
well, so that's a question I had. So first, from a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, because this is part of what I think was some of the discussion back in the day is like, even if you have like the simplest of JSON schema of like this thing that references a predictable like descriptor pointer, it doesn't really matter where that thing lives. You're attesting that hash.
Yeah.
And then you store that thing outside or inside.
I mean, maybe we should have a standard file system representation of a bunch of registry objects with that you can pull to file system or push from file system, just to make it easier for people to understand how this works. You know, it just says what the file system layout for a
well, that's why I was trying to understand
a copy of a registry is, but every other, but yeah, fundamentally the tooling should work.
Storing signatures for artifacts that live outside of the registry is also a requirement for CNAB for distributing bundles that are in air gap scenarios or that consist of all the artifacts that need to be packaged. And we're already doing that with the current Notary version as well.
Sure, but
so walk
I think
through
this
that a little bit.
should mostly move as a unit. If we generalize of signatures live in one place and images live in other, then we are forcing users to deal with that and configure it every time. It's fine for it to exist, but the default definitely should be that they are moving as a single thing.
Yeah. So you're saying that it's fine if you store it outside. Just to repeat what you said, Miloslav, you're saying it's fine if you have a workflow that can store them outside of the registry, but to force that upon users is adding unnecessary complexity. But it should be that storing it in the registry is the more acceptable way to do it.
The artifact or the signature or both? That's where I got confused in that.
I'd probably
Both in the same place. I mean, the idea that you have a separate server that serves your signatures and your content lives somewhere in a completely different disconnected place. That's problematic and not worth the complexity, I think.
Isn't this all solved by just allowing manifest lists to reference an external manifest, and then you just have a manifest list, assuming that we represent the signature as here's the thing that's signed and here's the signature, And so we can just have both of those references be either internal reference or an external reference. And then you have the freedom kind of to do whatever you want, right?
That might be important as we think about.
Yeah, sure, as long as the user is referencing only a single location.
Do you have another mic down at that end? Sorry, hold on 1 second, phone people. No? Okay.
Not for that.
We were
Oh,
just.
it's underneath it.
But
And
it's
it's
not
not
on.
on.
That's not for that system. It's for the other one.
Oh, right.
Okay, sorry, I was just trying to do a little voice management to see if you guys were able to hear when others were talking at the end of the table. Okay, so for the point of, remember, I was trying to be in requirements part before we got into the design. So it sounds like there is enough scenarios that at least tease up the question that I want to be able to store the artifact, the actual artifact outside of the registry, but the signature in it. And we've had other scenarios that Joe was talking about where we have the entity, the artifact might even be in another registry, but it is external versus internal. I don't want to get rocks thrown at me for the Windows foreign layer things, but I'll just throw that out there. I didn't invent it. I have to support it. I didn't invent it. So I'll put that shield up for deflection first. But I know the CNAB and some other stuff, there's been a couple other scenarios we've talked about where the part of the content of the thing is needs to support an external entity. So for now, I'll capture that.
And there's one other thing that's related to this is the entity that is signed, which is either the content digest of the artifact itself or of the manifest that is stored in the registry. Interchangeably use either the reference from the registry or the artifact that they obtained some other place from a USB stick or something like that. We need to reference the actual content digest of the artifact as opposed to the manifest that used to be stored in the registry.
Why?
Or are those different?
I mean, they're different, yeah, sure. But I mean, you can have the manifest on the USB stick as well as the actual content if that's what you've signed. It just, I mean, as long as you're signing a document with a hash in, it's kind of.
Yeah, sure. It's in the end, it's a matter of what is the artifact that you're trying to sign and what on what file you place the guarantee on.
Yeah, absolutely, and you should definitely. I mean, from the signature point of view, yeah, sure, you can sign any piece of content. From the usability point of view, we have to work out what it makes sense. I mean, I think that we haven't really standardized signatures, what you sign, and we have, in general, it seems to be easier for most people to sign manifest lists, but because it's one thing to sign rather than everything in the manifest list, which might be lots of things to sign, but it's, and so generally signing the top of the hierarchy seems simpler, but I don't think that should be a.
While I agree with what you've said, this also comes down to any layering or compression that registries might do for artifacts stored in them. And I don't want to open that discussion because, well.
What did I miss? Because you just got really excited.
Oh, compression is just a constant pain in the ass.
So what am I capturing here? That whatever we're doing on signing needs to handle compression?
No. Just well, if anything, sign the uncompressed clause, but no.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean,
you're basically saying if there's any places that compression happens to happen, and then the signature's on that compressed piece and whatnot, like trying to alleviate that.
I mean,
it's
in a way, that's a registry issue that's kind of orthogonal. We should fix that in the registry, and then we have to sign what's in the registry.
Right.
And so, but what's in the registry should have been uncompressed.
Right.
Got that wrong.
It's just something to be aware of. That's all.
It's just it was.
Well, it's an interesting, situation, and it's interesting for you to say it should be stored in the registry uncompressed too. But it's because I know there's been conversations of compression across the wire, and of course, the stuff we've been experimenting with, and you guys as well. The challenge, when I started thinking about the stuff we've been doing with Teleport, is if we're storing things decompressed, like expanded layers, what kind of promise can I give around the signature on that? Because the signature was put on the compressed blobs.
Yeah, no, you focus on, the idea would be you sign the uncompressed thing, and then then you both transport compress it and storage compress it how you want, but those can be whatever you like, and they can vary over time. So you can, if you can go and recompress the content in your registry more effectively to save storage space if you want, but that's different. The content you care about really is the uncompressed content.
Yep.
Right.
It's a good rabbit hole to get in.
Yeah, I'm going to save that.
But it's fundamentally a registry design issue, not a signature design issue, because the signature should store whatever the content hash of the thing in the registry.
Yeah, it should be more of a format issue as well. If we're starting to talk about what compression does to signatures, it's also like what tar ordering does, and that's totally a rat hole.
Why don't we make this a good breakout?
Yeah, I think the note here should be, you sign the opaque blob.
Yeah.
But for implementers that are shoving shit into a registry, that opaque blob ideally should be an uncompressed thing, so that it'll allow other smarts to happen, or better compression to happen in the future, or not be dependent on GNU versus, that's like a best practices conversation, but the marker here is sign the opaque thing.
Okay, I'm going to bite my lip and save this for later.
And Miloslav clarified to me on chat that what he was just saying about as far as like detached and whether it's stored in or out of registry is more the discoverability of one versus the other. If you're signing content, if you're pushing a signature at the registry that's of content that doesn't live in the registry and it's just a digest, or vice versa, you have something that's in a registry and your signature is now floating around outside the registry, that one or the other is linked and or discoverable to each other.
Okay.
So it's just like kind of a complication that you shouldn't force on users. Ideally, it's discoverable and all in one place, but if you want to put it in other places, that's your own punishment.
This is probably something that's worth a breakout as we start to say, Steve, because even if we're in violent agreement right now with broadly those aspects, I think as we talk through some of the nuances of it, just making sure we truly do agree, and the devil's going to be in some of those aspects of it, will probably be worthwhile having an open conversation. Just do like a focus session on that, even if it's just like a Zoom call. We all jump on at some point.
By focus, you mean yelling?
Yes.
Where you can turn the volume down and
with strong, smart volume toggles.
All right, so I have a section called breakout conversations, and
I mean, one of the breakout conversations is what do signatures look like in the registry. I mean, I talked a little bit about that in my talk, and as a kind of decided that I think detached signatures make more sense in the registry context, but I think there's still, I think it's definitely a focus area for people to sit down and actually see what we need in signatures, what works, what they look at, like whether there are use cases for non-detached signatures that we want to support, that because we could support both,
right,
whatever.
And that could be a scoping thing, I think, to the early conversation.
Yeah.
Is how do we get something out? And something that we're going through with the OCI image distribution spec is how do we focus on the things that need to be in a V1 from a break-in compatibility, and what can be layered on afterwards. Like if we don't deal with signature movement in V1, then, or in V2 rather, then we're just setting us up for yet another breaking change. So, but some of this other stuff we might be able to layer in. One of the things that I have a separate note to myself before I move in the list is, while we're in the signature movement thing, is I think the requirement that I'm seeing here is it's not just copy, or even go back to be able to reference a source that it came from. Like if I move an image from, we'll just use Docker Hub as the general one. If I move an image from Docker Hub, or copy, obviously I'm not moving, but if I take an image from Docker Hub and I put it in a Contoso environment and it's completely air-gapped, that environment, anything in that environment can't go back to validate the signature in Docker Hub. Everything has to be able to be self-validated in that environment.
Yeah, yeah. So we had, because we had some models in Notary V1 where you could, when we, for example, when we had the we had Docker Hub Mirror in China, we didn't have a Notary server there, but you could use the same Notary server principle to verify the content, but then obviously then you had to be able to get out of China. So it was very useful if you were in China. But yeah, that was kind of the only model that was there. It wasn't very useful because you couldn't verify a signature just with your local air-gapped registry.
Okay, so I just scribbled that one down as a current. The other one was there's this SBOM working group kind of going on, and the interesting thing is, what I was trying to figure out is how do we handle the movement of things from A to B to C to D, and pick the favorite country of the month of who we don't trust. But if an image is moved from Docker Hub in the US to, I don't know, I want to make up a name of a country because I don't want to offend anybody when we're on a global call. Mauritania? Mauritania. So it moved to Mauritania, which is the place we get spam from every month in this story. And then it came back into my registry. I want to know, what is that called where the thing is moving? There's a fancy term for when things move between places. I want to know that it went into that place. It's great, it's in a trusted registry now, and it's got a signature, but the thing came from another place and along its chain of trust, not the right term. Custody. There's custody and there's one other one. Provenance.
We're just playing words now?
Yeah, we're just throwing out fancy words that we all try to remember. That I want to have something there that says, wow, this is good here, but its movement along the way, or its provenance or something, one of those ones, gives me area of concern. I just wanted to put that out there and get some thoughts around that. Because I worry that signatures by themselves isn't enough. It might need to be signatures of the artifact and maybe an SBOM or some kind of movement of things, movement of the artifact.
What exact concerns
was it tampered with in a way?
Well, the signature should tell you it's being tampered with.
Yeah.
For the concept, the question, I guess there's questions around if you adding supplementary metadata on the way, but then, I mean, if you're doing that, you need to resign that.
I think that you will do the trick as long as you can't forge one.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I have a signature of something in my environment and it got copied there, now it says it came from, company foo, Acme, please, good old Bugs Bunny Acme. It came from Acme, and I can't get to Acme at where I'm at. If the signature's in my environment, how do I know that is still
okay? So that's the question about how do you get the keys? Yeah. And that was something again that I think the model for that with Notary V1 was not great for all kinds of use cases. So I think that signatures useless without knowing how to get the right public key, and I think that that's really an important area because
unimportant.
Yeah, unimportant.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, it's very important because obviously it's like totally useless if you don't have the key. So,
yeah, I think that as long as the initial root of trust, like wherever you get that initial key, is somehow correct, where the signatures go as they're being passed to your environment shouldn't matter, because as long as you can verify that original signature, you know it came originally from the correct place.
Yeah, the question is how you get those signatures, because certainly, because there were an awful lot of, at least in the original model, there were a very large number of signatures you needed.
Signature key.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
A very large number of keys you needed to have, and it was unclear how you're supposed to get them.
So about how to get like that initial trust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Folks on the phone, can you just, until I get used to your voice, can you tell me who you are?
Oh yeah, sorry, this is Marina.
Marina, thank you. And it's M-A-R-I-N-A?
Yeah.
Close enough? Okay. Thank you. So I think the point there is, what I heard was, later on, when somebody's pulling an image, can they validate the signature? The concept is if the registry received the signature, that in the copy it moved the keys and there was some amount of trust that was granted to it. And if I take my little Mauritania, is that the place?
Mauritania.
Mauritania. Mauritania.
No, that's a real country.
Mauritania.
Mauritania.
Okay. That if the image came into the Contoso registry from Docker Hub, like if we can save where the keys were copied from, at least in the last previous one, then there's some amount of confidence, I guess, you can build in that. Where if the keys went from Docker Hub to Mauritania and then into, Acme's environment, then I know that the keys were copied from this place I don't trust, as opposed to from Docker Hub.
Well, no, you have to get the keys from. The assumption is that you.
Let's not reinvent the CA ecosystem, please.
Say again?
Let's not reinvent the certificate authority ecosystem, please. We want to provide end-to-end guarantees. So if an ISV signs images, it should be completely under control of that ISV, whether the end user trusts them without the ability of registries to subvert that. If the registry wants to add an extra signature that claims, I don't know, this came from the ISV that I trust, or this went through our proprietary validation, that's a separate signature that somehow expresses the claim of the registry over the image. It's not a replacement for the ISV's original signature.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that there is definitely a case where Docker Hub might want to sign the keys for the providers that are the official images. For example, although at the moment the official images come kind of from us with our signature, but if we want to say we got this from Debian and this is signed, this is the key for Debian, so that if you trust us, you can then trust Debian. That's fine. But you can also, as you're saying, on phone, you should also be able to just validate the signature directly from Debian yourself. But there's very much a question of how you get all. There's just a large number of providers of images. It's not, you can't just have 3 keys. That's the issue.
Yeah.
With the current setup, there are way too many keys because each repo in the registry has a separate key. So there's like literally millions of potential keys, which is definitely. At the moment, the setup is there's more keys than actual providers of content by orders of magnitude if everyone signed everything, which is obviously a really bad key management problem. So at least having the number of keys correspond to the number of providers of content would be better. But there's potentially registries could, in addition, maybe make some statements about the keys.
So that's what I was trying to capture, because I think I heard the balance of that while we want to be able to support air-gapped environments where the signatures move with or copies, I don't think it ever moves per se. There's a copy moved to that, and there's a copy placed in that destination environment that it can do everything it needs in that air-gapped environment. What I think I heard from Miloslav was that just because it moved to another registry, if that registry is not air-gapped, it should be able to go validate back to the vendor's registry. Is that what I was hearing?
No,
like an original signing.
The public key comes from the original ISV. The registries are not involved in cryptography. We have detached signatures that can be moved, and the trust stays with the original person who signed all of them.
Okay.
That goes back to Justin's discussion on TOFU, the trust on first use stuff. If you're getting the key and you're just trusting it because it's the first key you've seen, you can have challenges about like which is the key that you see. If you have a different key distribution mechanism, you don't have that problem. If you already have the key of that you're trying to validate the signature against.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have some relationship with the author of the image. either you have a contract or you just found the name of the image somewhere on the internet, and that same place should contain the public keys, if any.
I think there's probably also a discussion around like the level at which root keys live. I don't think trust on first use would be a huge deal if they were registry global root keys instead of repo global root keys. I don't know if that's in scope for this discussion or not.
Or allow a hierarchy.
Yeah.
So namespaces could override the.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely it is really important that it is in scope, because I think it hugely affects usability, and it also comes back to the kind of point I was trying to make earlier about people understanding what the trust model is and what exactly they do have to trust and what security guarantee they're actually getting. Because if you don't understand the key management model, then you can't understand the trust model. Mm-hmm. So I think I think we do need to work on this. I think that, yeah, the question about whether, I mean, if there was a root key for a registry, that's, yeah, I think it's definitely fewer keys, but it's also, you're putting a lot more trust in someone running a registry to identify, and I mean, it puts a burden on the owner of the registry to work out if these people called Debian are Debian or not, right, rather than
it goes to Apple App Store.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure if that's reasonable or not. And I think that it's definitely something we should talk about. And I think those key management points are like critical to the security model.
Okay.
And they were. And the decisions we made, I think, for Notary V1 were definitely wrong on that.
On the flip side of that, like not reinventing the CA kind of trust model, something I'm curious about is like, should the discussion involve some amount of like, how would the client have a hierarchy of trust? Like if there was a cert bundle already dropped in Etsy, PKI, or TLS, that's like implied trust, and then the next tier would be if the cluster itself comes in and says, and here's the bundle that we're trusting, and then if the user session has like, and on top of this, I'll allow these in my namespace, would that be part of this model?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, and I think we need to talk about use cases and client requirements here, because we definitely have customers who want to make specific assertions about the type of content they could run and use signing to make those decisions. So there are people who only want to run content that they themselves authored, and then there are people who are happy to have like they themselves have authored plus some other people like some other they're trusted vendors, and then those so those kinds of bundles definitely correspond at least to use cases I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. More depth on this one. Well, obviously, there's a breakout for more depth. I was going to shift the conversation a little bit. Something that Justin mentioned earlier, maybe think about is how do we make sure that the workflow of this is consumable by various container hosts, such as Kubernetes. And Kubernetes isn't the only container host, right? We've got lots of other workloads that we're all running, whether it's our own varied versions of Kubernetes or machine learning or build environments or whatever. One of the challenges we have today, for instance, is while we support Docker Content Trust in ACR, I actually don't have good support in AKS, because you have to go to the nodes and flip on this environment variable, and unless the VM can be provisioned that way, then it can be moved at any point and the environment variable gets lost. So I'm not getting into detail whether it should be an environment variable for something else. It shouldn't be an environment variable. We'll make that statement. But the question of the scope is, where do we think the right level of configuration is? Is it in the registry, this thing says it's signed and should only ever be told it's signed? Or that do I say at each node that's pulling that I will only accept signed content? Or is it something we need to make sure it can work through the workflow? So when I do a Kubernetes deployment, I can say that this pod, these 3 images, I should only accept it for signed, and this other one I don't care about one way or the other. Where does that policy of the signature work? And do we consider it a goal that we'd have to work with the working groups like the K8 working group to make sure that they incorporate whatever it is we come up with? Because the scenario I have right now is I got customers saying, hey, great, you got Docker Content Trust support, but it doesn't work in Kubernetes, so why do I care?
There's also the related thing that I think is kind of confusing about when do you check the signature, and because I think we had a brief discussion about, signed hashes versus signed tags, and, if you, at what point do you want to actually check it? Because with a signed hash, you can actually check it. If you're going to put the hash into your kubeyaml, you want to check the signature, or you could check the signature at that point, and then, as long as you're trusting your kubeyaml from then on, or you could, but obviously if you put a tag in,
like a lazy.
It's late binding type check you have to do.
I think I've always just assumed it would be something like an admission controller. As soon as the thing begins to deploy, then.
Well, that was kind of the way we started thinking about it from our end, because part of the challenge here is that when the signing takes place, the person doing the signing, or the role that's doing the signing and the intent behind it, is different from the thought process related to from a deployment perspective and the requirements of the application, right? And at the cluster level, for example, it's really an application requirement and determination of what it is that needs to be present there. Very simply, is this a dev environment or UAT or test environment, and it doesn't matter. It just needs to be that applicable thing, whether it's defined by the signature or not defined, versus something that is a production environment. And then even there's different levels of rigors and requirements with respect to metadata or properties of that signature, whether it's the timestamp, who signed it, where it came from, the repo that it came from as well, that where they need to be more restrictive or less restrictive around that, or more definitive or less definitive about conditions at the point of deploy, especially even for rather the same application or same image that's getting deployed.
But there's also the kind of question that's sort of what Spencer was saying before, but also kind of it's like the thing that we, for example, failed to get done was have all official images, signatures always checked. For example, it's like if you can check the signature and you have the information, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like
I think it should be pre-flight capable, like pre-flight checking. But.
Like revocation status, validation status.
Yeah. So, you don't find out like you pushed it to prod and then shit falls apart. Like pre-flight checks, but largely the last is like an admission controller, like it's actually now running, double check it.
Or any other policy-related aspects with respect to it. I think there's a scope to what needs to be checked at the end of the day, or what conditions need to be checked for at the point of pull.
Yeah, the pull is one, and then some kind of revocation later, like ejection. that gets into a policy discussion that I think everybody tap dances around.
Right, and then there's the aspect of, especially start thinking about portability, or even moving between registries. What happens at that point over. What needs to happen in addition to checking it at the point of it moving? Is there an equivalent of custom first use type of a thing where it automatically re-signs it now? Is that when it's going to move to a new location to reaffirm it because it's inherently part of a different registry or repository even? Collection comes into that to an extent.
Yeah, this is one of those things that almost unrelated but tangential to what you're saying and tangential to this discussion is like how in Toto you can sign and attest various steps that had happened.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not messing with the original signature. You can transport that separately. I might be attesting on some step of it, like here's my signature on the step that it was deployed to, staged and signed off on. Here's the original signature, you can check that. Here's my signature, you can check on that step.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's just kind of like,
we definitely have customers who have that kind of, that expected signature to work like that, and to be that kind of workflow, so you would sign off that.
These are just objects that are signable now.
If you could, if you want to sign off that this has been through CI before it gets put into prod, and it's very much like the Toto model. That's one of the things where I put the piece about people understanding what they're getting. It's like like people would think that that's what they were getting with Notary, and it wasn't. I
remember you guys pitching that.
But it was definitely, so definitely, there are definitely these kind of use cases that we need to understand, like, are we supporting these on day one? Are we planning to support them in the future? Right. Is it an extension, or is it the most important thing that we support? And do we actually want to have is it actually that we want to have a more Toto-like model to start with, not
I think we should enable it, but not day one. Like, so even if we're talking about storing the signatures, and even if the object you're signing is a step or some piece of that, then you could build that on top.
So basically, it's just giving a scope of multiple signatures of the flow might be a V2. Is that what I'm writing?
V2.
V3, sorry.
V plus V1.
Next. V next.
V2 or V2.
Do we ever get past the one?
So as we're talking about multiple signature, you guys talk about the feature for the base layer. So we have customer asking about how can I verify the
base layers
the base layer, make sure that it comes from
I'm pretty sure that this needs to almost like attaching additional content or whatever, like descriptors or points. So in the image, how it has the descriptors that are currently like layers or in a manifest list, that we're going to have like additional objects that are pointed to, so that, okay, so for example, when you have something like from, Fedora, and it's like, at this point in time, you use Fedora, and then the full digest, that if it had a signature associated with it, that you could point to it and almost like this, like attesting that this step happened, and then you built a bunch of shit on top of it and pushed and signed that thing, so that you could attest you used Fedora at this point in time, and that exact signature was validated, and you could check that again in the future if you wanted to. But the base image signing and carrying that at this point in the stack that you pushed, that was lost around Docker 1.9, 1.10, and so we'd have to build a workflow on top of what we have now, rather than rolling back to that point.
Do we want to do something like that, or do we want to maybe consider the SBOM approach? Or was
SBOM will get us so far as like kind of an audit piece, but this is more like the machine parsable side of it, because you're going to say like, we want to know that you built on top of a particular signed Red Hat. Like, if I went and fetched this digest of this Red Hat base layer, and then Oracle stuck some shit up on top of it and signed up to that point with their stuff, and then we put up on top on here, and here's our prod signature, that they could go fetch this digest, validate its signature, even if it's side by side. That's the workflow, and we get that requirement.
Yeah.
Awesome.
One thing I wanted to mention before we get too far away of it, in terms of the multiple signature side. I mean, one option is you could just sign the signed manifest with another key, push that as the signed manifest, but then you get into this risk of having this long chain that would become unmanageable very quickly. But there is a is it a proposal or is it accepted? I forget. In TUF for something for threshold signing, which does allow for, correct me if I'm wrong, for multiple signatures and team matching and whatnot. So TUF already has a solution for this. So if we are concerned about multiple signatures, which I personally am, we should endeavor to look into that and make sure that we can support it if possible.
I believe that is.
Yeah, I think multiple signatures are for the same, signing the same thing are relatively straightforward, but it's the question is, this is the case where it's more structured, where it's one signature and it's signing a piece of the content, effectively, like and then other ones. So there's much more, again, it's like, it's either needs to be, either we need to kind of restructure what the content pointers look like so that you can actually say, you can layer whole chunks, or we need to have something that's more yeah, as you say, verifiable, that if you follow these instructions, you will be able to replicate what I did. And more a reproducibility kind of proof than a straight signature of something.
Not to add more complexity, but this goes back to the point earlier about, having references and pointers inside the manifest, for example, of where to go to kind of verify, where the secret's being held, et cetera. Just from the context that as customers are thinking about leaning on more like things like MCR, Docker Hub, et cetera, and then layering their stuff on top of it, each of those layers could have different pointers that they need to still verify and validate is the latest, is the greatest, whatever. And would help in this type of a context too, especially as they layer signature on top. They don't inherently just say, just because there's a signature on top of this, we should always still trust everything below as things change, as it gets revoked, et cetera.
Yeah, because any one of these vendors or teams within a company plugs it up and they need to point the point.
Yeah, a bug occurs, et cetera, if another team that they're leaning on or depending upon, that becomes old, revoked, et cetera.
As soon as you squash your error,
yeah. And of course, if different providers have different places and different methods for pointing to validation mechanisms or revocation mechanisms, et cetera, and making those checks along the way, having a way of kind of synthesizing all that experience.
Yeah.
So I just put a comment. It helps with the base image vulnerability scenarios if we have signatures associated with it, and I've got your squash scenario, which is almost, yeah.
What do you think?
Go ahead, Miroslav?
2 points. Tough threshold signing is very different from multiple signatures. With multiple signatures, you would have 2 different roots of trust, like the original vendor and a company sign-off or the verification status or whatever. With tough threshold signing, there would be a single root key that just authorizes threshold signing. Those are different things. And 2, manifest digests are used pretty extensively. For example, deployments in OpenShift use the digest to ensure that all images, all nodes get the same image. So it's problematic if adding a signature changes the manifest digest. Ideally, it should be always possible to add a signature without breaking the manifest digest as the tooling sees it. And I realize that there's a tension because that makes other tooling more difficult to use.
I mean, fundamentally, you can't. I mean,
well, unless you're doing some.
But you can. I mean, but you could. I mean, if you have it's okay, I think, to have a pointer to the signature and then you just check the signature refers to the digest you're expecting. As long as you've got a pointer to that signature somehow, like a tag. I mean, we could have a standard way of tagging that this is the signature for this digest in the registry.
Those kind of I think
That's
a lot of people
what we implemented. Yes, there is a way to
convention.
look up the signature by the digest of the manifest.
Yeah.
I mean, that would require an
struggle between convention, but I think one of the things that's kind of complicated this, and this is maybe something that we figure out, is since you can have a manifest list, and of those objects or descriptors it points to is another manifest list. Most clients, like the behavior we've accepted over time, is that when you Docker run something, that it jumps right through those, even if the ultimate digest you're trusting is the AMD64 or whatever image that you fetch. Right now, most clients, Scopio inherited this, and otherwise it just hops through that first manifest list. So we could sign and attach, and even if the top level manifest list changes, the thing it signs is a nested manifest list. I don't know how to work around the behavior that we just jump right through several tiers.
Sorry, what do you mean?
We're drilling in kind of deep into this one. I was wondering if we could, like, this is a great, obviously there's a lot of conversation for requirements.
Just touching on, I'm not opposed to tagging conventions. I do like them to be attached to each other. I just want it to be everybody's on the same page of the convention of how, if the top level thing is named and is a manifest list, that it hops through and at one point are you signing something and attaching it so that it's discoverable, whether you have a naming tagging convention also or not. That's just kind of
probably worth another breakout.
Yeah, so when we do this, we got lunch at 12:30. People are starting to get up, move. Why don't we take a break for like 5-10 minutes, come back, and we'll go until lunch, and we'll continue. Think about other requirements that we should capture. We're obviously drilling into a very difficult one here, which I know we'll have lots of conversations.
Also,
Is there anything else
we need kind of, I think we need a requirements capture group of all the PMs to sit down together and put everything into a doc, because I think we've talked about a bunch of customer requirements that come up, but I think we need to be comprehensive about them and make sure that we haven't missed some of the use cases. Right. Because I think it's really important.
Or made assumptions a lot.
Yeah, I made a lot of assumptions. So until we're written down and to the point where I write content, Joey thinks content means the actual content of a thing as opposed to the documentation, to get some clarification. So let's take a break, take a couple of minutes, talk to each other, meet. Sanjay and Shiwei joined me from ACR. We'll pick up at 11:55. And what other requirements should we be thinking about?
Okay, I'm going to pause the video for.
Okay.
Signing in the middle. That seems backwards. But
since that's one of the things that we're going to end up having to settle on and or discuss as we move forward, that point of view will be necessary.
Okay, yeah, I might be completely ignorant, but if I don't understand the value of a registry signing something because you're already trusting the registry. So, right.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone. I mean, I think
Are we back?
With Notary V1, there was the registry would re-sign timestamps, but not do the most of the signing was client side. Okay. But it would sign freshness timestamps and updates. But I think there was a discussion about that in a thread on the doc about what it actually was buying you, and I think and those questions are important. But yeah, fundamentally, it doesn't. Yeah, generally, it doesn't make sense for the registry to have to client side or whatever bit of a structure you trust to do that, wherever you want to keep your client. I mean, I think people have different ideas about where they do signing. A lot of people seem to do signing in CI. I think actually that was one of the other design things about. So with Notary, we spent a bit of time when Notary was launched doing kind of YubiKey signing and things that sort of developer-focused signing, and then in the end, everyone did their signing in Jenkins. So it kind of wasn't that much because we were encouraging people to build stuff in a reproducible pipeline, not on their desktop.
Right.
So how do you,
and it can't be something that you require us to put a physical key into machines in a cloud. So like, how do we do?
Yeah. You don't have that feature yet, do you?
We're working on it. It's part of the transporter feature. Just beam up an artifact that just physically printed or something. I don't know.
I started the recording back again, so we're back online.
All right, so I captured this whole conversation about registries.
I think it comes back to the question of what does the signature attest to? Does it attest to like who has handled this thing along the way? Or does it simply attest that
I think
contents are that we say what we say they are?
I think you're basically relying on the trust of somebody's perspective at some point in time, and maybe there's a type flag or whatever. I don't know. That gets too silly at that point. I think it could be implying a few different things. Basically, that some authority that you trust has at least signed off on this content at some point in time, whether that's a producer of the underlying content itself, or whether it's like a workflow that prod can only, dev environment has very wide open, like bundle of trust roots, but by the time it makes to prod, only things that are signed by the prod key can get promoted to prod. So you could have this like sandbox where anything comes in and maybe the signatures move with it, but it can only move from dev to stage or QA prod once that signature is like a workflow type thing. Right. So to impose what the signature is saying is kind of up to your workflow, but that you could like strap down an environment to say impose certain workflows like that. Great if it has some ISV signature, but prod can only have prod key. you can only be promoted fraud with fraud key or something like this.
Right.
One note, so Miloslav, I think his line's still on here, but he's about to drop off because it's real late in Europe. But he had a couple other notes I think that they might have added on.
Actually, can you help me, I'll stay on this view, if you can keep an eye on the chat. So because I realized I saw things blinking, but I couldn't switch back and forth and keep notes, so.
It was mostly
which chat?
feedback.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was mostly feedback.
My Zoom chat is not working, but.
Yeah, no, I'll
stay on
the Zoom
Okay, if
chat.
somebody could just
Yeah.
keep an eye on the chat, that'd be great. So, obviously a lot of conversations around signature flows and so forth, and being we are talking about a signing solution, it's not surprising. But one of the things we were discussing is we obviously want to set up some breakouts. So that's obviously a big one. Well, probably, I imagine it's going to break out in a couple of them. But since I have Kat here to represent, people like JFrog, which have a product that isn't physically attached to a cloud somewhere, that kind of sounds weird. Is there any things that you guys have had a chance that we should incorporate into some of these conversations that I haven't thought of?
Not that haven't been mentioned so far.
Okay.
Also, you were aware of this. This was kind of like dropped into my lap like 2 days ago. So I actually have very little context for what existed before this meeting. I don't know at all. So I actually have a meeting with Casey tomorrow to go over some of the context.
Okay, fair enough.
So that I have a better idea of what's going on, because I think I will be the one in these meetings instead of him moving forward, since he's not an engineer.
As somebody else whose stuff is not necessarily attached to a cloud, as long as we have the necessary hooks so that we can do stuff like make use of cloud HSM, external cloud HSMs or things along those lines when necessary, then we're fine. We just don't want to find ourselves in a situation where everything gets artificially boxed into, well, there's obviously only one HSM or only one HSM provider, because that's how it works on each of the clouds. When our users are multi-tenant and one user may be using Amazon, and another may be using Google, and a third may be using Microsoft, and a fourth may be using bare metal hardware. So we need to make sure that we can support that variety of use cases within the same working registry.
Okay. The way you threw me by saying within the same working registry, that's what threw me. Because I thought you were referring to more of, I'm running Quay inside of AWS for whatever reason. Was that where you're going, or?
I think it's more the
Oh,
fact
no, we
that
do, but we
they
have both. We have both. So we have our Red Hat Quay customers that run Red Hat Quay on-premise or in cloud, on bare metal, or pick your favorite cloud provider. We support all.
Right.
We also have Quay.io, which is our multi-tenant hosted cloud service, and we endeavor, although we don't always succeed, we endeavor to be able to support individual customers on that platform, which again is shared amongst multiple customers, to be able to configure how they're interacting with the registry. So for example, it would be nice, although I don't know if it's possible to do, it would be nice is if one customer could say, I'm going to have all my keys stored in Amazon's HSM, while another customer on Quay.io could say, I want to have my keys all stored in Google HSM. I'm just tossing ideas into the. But the point being is that it may add too much complexity, but we shouldn't artificially box into this idea that there will only be a single provider of keys.
Fair enough.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think that definitely makes sense. I mean, I think that it should be workable, because as long as you can get public keys and as long as the service is providing signing service that you can access externally and things, which I think they all do. I mean, they have different key types of support and things like that, but that's kind of okay.
Yeah, I think this kind of leans a little bit in the direction of, this might be a bit of a tangent, but I think we need to make a decision with respect to what does multi-tenancy look like potentially, if at all. How could that, or how do we want to, or how do we want to make sure that it's possible in the future to allow it to be an option?
What do you mean by multi-tenancy?
So like say, for example, whether it's an organization that has multiple subsidiaries and they want to be able to manage repositories for each one of those separately, have some sort of like security related and logical delineation between each one of those. Microsoft, for example, having multiple customers and maybe not needing to, or not trying to cast any aspersions, but a cloud provider wanting to be able to provide a scalable multi-tenant solution for their customers in a way that doesn't result in separate notaries for each one, which also inherently might result in single customer with multiple notary equivalents for each one of their teams. Now, one of those.
Following that.
So,
can you give me talk about like a use case, like a customer case, if you could.
Let's say, for example, I'm just going to talk about it as a cloud provider, and I think this kind of goes more broadly to the point, but I have two different customers that come in and say, I want to have a signing mechanism. Don't want to go and provision control plane and data plane of Notary separately for each separate customer.
Wouldn't, so I think there's just two registries that they stand up under ECR, or it's what I'm...
Well, the question is, I mean, the question in I think is there going to be anything provision at all? And that's somewhat unclear, but I think there's going to be a lot less provision than there was with V1, where you definitely had to provision something. So if the signatures are stored in the registry, then you just got to provision a registry, and we already know how to run multi-tenant registries. There are still some questions about other things we might need to provision about. I think in general, we're hoping it should be as little as possible provision. So that's still, that's going to come.
And the security aspects of that as well, which is relevant, not just
there's key hierarchies and those kinds of things. And
is your question really a matter of should a registry like ours, and does JFrog support multi-tenancy in a particular instance, or the assumption is every instance is its own tenant? Can you have a Coke and I like to use Coke and Pepsi just so you get to my weirdness that of course they shouldn't compete with each other. I sometimes leak that conversation outside, but so would you ever have a Coke and Pepsi is probably not a realistic for a JFrog kind of thing, but maybe two parts of the same company. Would they have two that don't trust each other? Would they have? Is the scenario there they stand with two copies of JFrog, or could they do it in one?
Artifactory SaaS supports multi-tenant. I don't know about on-prem, but yeah, you can go either way. You can stand up two separate instances. It kind of depends on what your organization wants. Cisco stands up multiple instances.
Because what I was going to get to is, what I think you're saying is the registry, the distribution spec, and this obviously comes to, I think we've been talking about, is there a 1.0 versus a 1X? In theory, with this way this conversation is going, would have a way to have Notary as part of the distribution spec. And so any registry that adheres to distribution spec 1 dot something has this capability, but what I also heard is that the distribution spec itself should actually have something around multi-tenancy built in.
Maybe.
But
from a scoping perspective, what does version 2.0 versus 2.1 look like? I don't know if it's too much complexity to try and solve the problem, or where we need to kind of delineate, or I'm asking a broad question. We start thinking about the use case of multi-tenancy, multi-tenant, multiple tenants. How does the key model fit in? How does security fit in? How does segregate?
I mean, I think to some extent, the kinds of concerns that you're talking about relate more to particular software components rather than, I think the way that we're thinking about this is a standard and protocol
That's fair.
with multiple independent implementations, and we can do what we want in our own implementation just like we have for ECR already.
Yeah. I guess I was just thinking more just making sure that we don't take any decisions that would kind of prevent that.
Yeah.
And I think it does definitely leak into the key management piece.
Yeah.
Like, if you want a hierarchy of sub-orgs under my org, and you can trust keys at different levels, I think that matters. And those kinds of things.
I mean, one of the things when I think about distribution as it is today, and the single domain with subpats, so with a namespace per customer or org like Docker has, or each one's a separate domain. There have been some challenges there. For instance, on auth and the catalog API was one of the big discussions that always came up. The catalog API, because the subpath is ignored, people didn't know how to put permissions on it, or we didn't think about it up front. I think now that we're a couple of years forward and we know about these multi-tenancy things, I think we should incorporate the basic design. For instance, whatever it winds up being, domains or paths or whatever, should assume multi-tenancy. And if a individual installation, I'll just use JFrog Artifactory here, it's a multi-tenancy of one, right? I mean, we think about this with Azure Stack. The scenario is like in the smallest, it's multi-tenancy of one, and they can shut off pieces of it, but it is fundamentally designed as multi-tenant. So just because I think the place I wanted to go to next, actually, from an experience perspective, is the client experience and requirements. Yeah. Is there, like Docker poll, if I don't give it a registry name, it assumes docker.io, and I'm not getting into defaults, but the point is there is a well-known pattern that is part of that flow. What is the well-known pattern, which might be internal APIs, on how does the notary signatures get moved around, should have a multi-tenancy design in place. That's kind of where I was getting at. Does it make sense, or was I too abstract?
Do you mean, I mean, there's a question in my mind about how we make mirroring and things work easily for clients. So,
good. That's good.
Like,
if whatever we do as a protocol is built on top of distribution, and distribution's auth system, and anyone who's multi-tenant like us is handling the multi-tenancy already, then in theory, there isn't really any additional work necessary to support multi-tenancy outside of allowing for hierarchical root key stuff. And so that's the one piece, and then we mentioned it before, that's the one piece that we need to figure out, in my opinion, that really addresses the multi-tenancy problem, which is ideally there's a way for whatever protocol we come up with to be told, okay, the root key for this particular repository is located at this location. And you can then have a hierarchical root key where we may even see scenarios where for some customers or some users, they just simply trust the registry's root key and the registry just has a root key. For customers that really care about their own internal security, on the other hand, they'll set up their own root key either at the organizational namespace or even at the repository level, but giving them the flexibility to do so means that we can provide basic, good enough security for the users that don't particularly want to do anything beyond the basic setup, and then also allows our really, I don't want to use the word paranoid, I'll use it in a good way, our security conscientious customers to take full advantage of the protocol without having to worry about hacks to try to work around the problem of like, okay, we only allow for one root key. This was actually already an issue with Notary today because Notary has the root key per repository. And so the version of Notary that we're running for Quay.io right now is actually a modified version of Notary that we internally call Apostle that actually contains 2 root keys for every repository, the one that the user uses as well as one that Quay itself manages. And then we allow our users to trust one or the other, and they can make a determination as to whether they just simply want to trust the registry key or trust the key from their fellow coworker. But even that in and of itself was too limiting of a trust key hierarchy, and I would very much prefer if there was a way we could set up a true hierarchy that the users could interact with.
Could this be done with something like delegations, where one of the root keys is able to delegate to another root key in some way?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think the hierarchy is already built into the tough specification.
Okay.
The issue that we ran into in Quay was that it was because the root keys were tied to the repo, that was as far down as you could delegate. That makes sense. So we had to make the root key on top. But if we started with a global one, there's mechanisms in Tough for delegating arbitrary depths down, and there's also mechanisms for saying, hey, I want to verify these ones in these orders before I say I trust these manifests, I guess.
So it sounds like a discovery issue then.
Well, I was talking to one of the people who's
was involved with Notary earlier than I was. Apparently the reason for doing the repository level was that if you did it at the org level and then used delegations, there was worries that it would leak repo names and other for private repos and things, because you'd be able to discover the list of delegations. So that was apparently why there was I think maybe a late change to move it to
The delegation was stored in like a V3 extension of the X509, or where was that stored then? Where was that leaking happening?
You could if you could pull the tough metadata for the whole org, then you could see all the delegations, and you would see all the private repos. So I think there are some kind of issues, right? But I think that was intended to be the design, and then it was changed at the last minute because of that reason. But I think so. There are definitely issues around kind of public-private nature or different permissions for viewing and metadata leakage that need to be addressed.
Yep. This may not fully solve the problem, but I did just want to mention that there is an extension to TUF right now that describes how to split like public-private trust in this way, so that you can, anything that should be public is trusted based on the public keys, and then you redirect your trust for stuff that's private and shouldn't be listed in the global list. That may not fully solve the problem, but there is like at least something that we should look at as an option.
Who was that talking?
Evan?
Oh, thank you, Evan.
Yep.
Is it EN or AN?
AN.
Okay. Any thoughts around client experiences? Is this assumption that you would have to use a separate Notary client? Would it be built into the Docker client, into the Helm client, the CNAB client, the OPA client? Just a matter of yes, you could be either.
I think it should be built into everything, just as a kind of, again, it's about this universality that like we want everyone to use it, and people won't use it if it's a separate tool. That's the tool.
I concur. I think, sorry, I didn't mean to overwrite you there. But I was going to say, I think Docker, the reason that Docker made containers accessible to the world was because it had an amazing CLI that had everything in it and just kind of worked out of the box. And if you want to drive adoption, especially in the security space, in my opinion, it needs to be as frictionless as possible for the end user, because the end user just wants to get their job done. And unfortunately, without some handholding, they're not going to, unfortunately, I'm going to repeat unfortunately, care about security necessarily. But if it's kind of just there and transparent, if you kind of get almost security quote unquote for free, then they'll use it because it doesn't take away from their day.
I think the challenge with having it be only built in, or built in a way that doesn't really expose some of the detail out, is that how do you implement policy where someone might have a different trust policy that they want to apply to a given signature? For example, even if the signature isn't expired, if I only trust signatures that happened within some X period of time, if that's built into the Docker client, how do I express that? So I think that it does make sense to have it be built in, but
it's not hardened. It's like you can work outside.
Yeah, do you want a common output description for signature trust that you can plug into any client, for example, that we define as client, for example?
That might be one way of doing it, yeah. If I can get the metadata out about, what is the thing that the client retrieved and validated from, what is the signature it validated, what is the key that it used to validate that signature with, and I can retrieve that and I can make a policy decision outside of the client itself about what do I trust. The use case I'm thinking about is something like an orchestrator. I want to apply a trust policy to my cluster. Where do I define that?
So it might be different for your production environment than your staging environment.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you might want to test the policy implementation of that.
Sure. Yeah, I think you want to have access to the, like, I don't want to put all of the decision making in the client.
Yeah.
About whether the thing is trusted or not. I think the client can do things about, say, yes, I validated the signature with this key, and it was signed at such time period, and then outside of the client, you can make a decision about whether that means you trust it or not.
Yep.
Is it getting, so before
I guess the other question is, do we want a default, or like, do we have a normal policy?
I mean, if we do a plugin model, absolutely, I think there's always a default.
I think you want to have a default. I think the default makes sense, but I also want the ability to define my own either stricter or weaker policies.
So I was about to say something, but I'll back up and preface with it. My assumption here, like many of these conversations, especially as we have, the competitive hats that we all wear as well as the collaborative ones, there's a place where it's commoditized and absolutely should be commoditized. And there's a place where we'll innovate in various ways, including, with vendors as well as clouds. So that's just assumed that we should always make sure that there's that leveling. And sometimes the things that are added value will move down in the commodities and so forth. That is the preface. What I was about to say was, should we be building something into the policy that has a way that knows about named environments? Because named environments is a commodity. And, but I don't know how the plugin would work in some generic way, or it's just a matter of saying, no, there's this generic plugin that comes in, and because there's a plugin model, then you can plug in the AWS plugin model for how you handle policy management, or maybe there's a Kubernetes policy manager for OPA, let's say. But for machine learning, there's a different policy manager, and maybe it's the Azure policy manager and plugs into something that knows how to do consistent policies of environments across different orchestrators. So I think I'm kind of convincing myself out loud that the plugin model with a default sounds really good, and then as long as there's flexibility for the rules that get applied, there could be clouds. There's just a varied set of plugins that are available, as long as the contract is good.
Maybe. I don't know that we want to design the whole software interaction, like what is a plugin and how does a plugin work in this meeting today. But just from a perspective of, if we're going to say that we want to integrate something into, like, the client that's going to pull the object from the registry is going to do something about validating the signature. As someone who operates one of these larger services, I want to be able to define the policy that's used somehow. I don't really care how. I just want to be able to.
You want the flexibility to do that. And Sajay, I think, came in just as we were talking about the ingress validation and so forth, or the pre-flighting. Like, I don't want it to come to the client before I start validating, because by the time it came to the client, I got this Trojan horse now. It's floating around my environment. Who knows what it could do? So, which might actually be something that we just move into the base of Notary. Maybe that isn't. But I think the point is that a plugin model is good. Maybe the plugin model isn't just on the client. The plugin model might be on the registry. Because there are plugin for some of this validation that happens that they can't even leave the registry, regardless of the client.
That's kind of, if we define, that's what we're doing, if we define the kind of OPA-based model, for example, then we can define what the inputs you get are, and you can potentially, people can then decide where they want to run that. It can be at the registry and Kubernetes, whatever, but there's a consistent, like, as part of the Notary spec, there's a consistent thing. This is the things you've got to check against. This is the kind of decisions that you make. Here's our principal default that you should use if you don't know what you want to do. And then wherever you plug it in, it's consistent.
Yeah, I think we should keep in mind that, like, client plugin definitely makes perfect sense, because there's going to be different interactions that people want to have when they're actually signing things. And then at the point of running the container images or artifacts or whatever, using the artifacts, you're also going to want to definitely have a pluggable model, which we probably don't need to define, right? Like an emission controller where you define policy on the Kubernetes side. On the registry side, it is interesting to note that there might be some possibility for additional validation and verification there, but I don't want to lose sight of the simple use case, which is the registry could, in some senses, the most basic level, act as, I don't want to use the word dumb, but as a very simple blob store for moving these signatures from client to use location. And it's at the use location where you really want the verification. I tend to personally believe that preventing polls based on policy outside of auth is generally not a good idea, because the circumstances of that you want to prevent or allow usually are very cluster specific in my experience. But that, again, is up to the registry that's implementing these changes.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at. This is a place for various registries to have this is a unique value of a registry. There's a general spec, and we should make sure that it's not too restrictive for a registry to have extra value. There might be more secure registries, more open sourcey, flexible. I don't know what the right answer is there. So one of the things I captured, in addition to the use cases and test cases, but a policy plugins breakout conversation. And whether we do that this afternoon or after this is a different, I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm guessing lunch is coming where a couple of people are disappearing.
Yep.
What other breakouts do we want to think about? Whether it be this afternoon or not. I mean, I just, one of them is I need to get a list of names of who wants to be in these various breakouts, but we haven't defined what the breakouts are yet. What area should we?
Yeah, and we'll have to go and book rooms, but that's doable.
Oh, I wasn't actually, that's a good point. I don't know whether we want to break out separately today.
We maybe don't want to break out today. We maybe want to all be in all of them. But,
yeah, I think today I'd like to do that, just
then,
to keep consistency.
But then work out who's interested in going forward. And maybe it makes sense to come up with a list immediately after lunch.
Okay. Sounds good. Just so, how many people are up for dinner tonight? Is anybody not up for dinner?
Oh my God.
Probably not.
1, 2, 3. You're in. So I got -3. Is that what I'm counting? No, it's fine. I'm just trying to get a count for reservation.
I have another appointment at 2 that I can't get out of, so I'll leave for that and then
come back. Okay. All right, sounds good. Can I count you in?
No.
Okay. You're in? Okay. All right. We just had a break. So anybody else have any other topics while we're waiting for lunch to come in?
Yeah. So for Notary right now is sitting on another endpoint. Have we discussed about having distribution and Notary unified as an authentication and access mechanism, where from a firewall perspective, clients don't have to punch different kinds of codes to access Notary and signature data?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is the signature data should be in the registry.
It's just
so there won't, ideally there is no Notary service in V2 at all, and it's just a specification protocol. There's some question marks around whether there's any pieces that we potentially might need, but we definitely don't want a separate data storage piece, because that just makes that's one of the things that's made it very difficult for people to move signatures around, is because you need a separate set of tools to pull and push content from the database, and it also means the whole universal is like a Notary server, and most of them are not. So yeah, so I think that's one of the I mean, that was kind of our earliest conversation point about this. It was, we need to make it native to registry, not a sidecar to registry.
And this thing seems completely additive. So, Vincent, do you see any challenges with this having anything to do like landing 1.0 in a distribution spec and just making this a 1.1 kind of thing?
I don't see why this would.
I mean, there's been open issues for 3 years, so we just have to close it.
The signing issue was opened the first month that we started the image spec conversation, and it's sat there. But
well, what I'm getting at is there anybody thinking about it that we can?
Everything that we're doing for the artifact discussion would piggyback on this in my mind.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then we're not properly reusing what we have already.
Yeah, that was your reason. But my question is more pointed of, can we put a 1.0 stamp on distribution and then make this part of 1.+?
I don't know why it needed 1.+, but.
Because we're talking about new APIs. That are part of-
particularly?
Yeah, like, sorry, you were focused on something there for a second.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. We were talking about the conversation of should Notary be a sidecar like it is today, or do we just make it part of the distribution spec?
Yeah.
So it's using the same URL to get things.
Yeah, in that additive sense, that's fine. Whether it's a 1.1 or like you and I alluded to quickly, I still wish there was a way we could say what features does something implement.
Oh, the capabilities thing.
Because if there's a 1.2 and somebody implements the 1.2 but not the 1.1, then we're screwed up in version land. I think with registries, we might eventually get ourselves into a situation where you say, what features do you implement? I implement the signing feature. Cool, I know these APIs exist.
Okay.
But that's still additive.
Okay.
I'm
going to put it.
To back that up, one of the things is, and I know I talked to a few of you guys about a pub sub proposal for registries that I'd like to get into OCI distribution at some point. And for those
Sure.
of you
And
who know,
that would be the same kind of thing of like, do you support this pub sub thing?
right.
Like,
So
cool.
having a discovery mechanism, I think, is key. And also, something that was mentioned to me is TUF itself actually has a means for proposing new additions and updates called TAPS. There's another name as well.
How do you spell that?
TAPS, TAPS, I think, right? And it's like, what does it stand for?
Tough augmentation proposals? Yeah.
TUF augmentation proposals. So it sounds like maybe we want to kind of match the same policy and procedure, look to TUF or how
I'm down for mimicking like BEPs from BitTorrent and TUPs from Python, like these kind of like implement certain features. Yeah.
Right,
fine.
and that plus a discovery mechanism, and then we say anything outside of the core push and pull is considered optional, and we're all golden. We can extend it, and we can extend as we need.
I would love that. So I will. Yeah, I'd love that.
Sorry, I was TAP.
TAP is a tough.
From the Python PEP.
PEP or BitTorrent BEP and.
Yeah, I think Python is the first canonical example.
Of course.
But yeah.
So it supports the opt-in kind of things that we were talking about?
It's like it's like has a discovery mechanism of like what features do you support, like plus it supports a certain feature, it's implemented a certain feature.
Okay.
So you know that those APIs like signing features are implemented, or the pub sub catalog replacement thing is available.
Okay.
I like that very much.
Cool.
And then we don't have to worry about semantic version hell.
Right. Right. Okay.
I should mention, I don't believe TAP itself supports the feature discovery mechanism, but TAP is the pip-like way of proposing new changes that get accepted.
Yeah, I mean, actually, but actually, yeah, TUF is actually trying to deal with the issue of how it talks about which features are implemented because it hasn't.
Yeah, feature discovery scenario for like capabilities should also be something we add into OCI distribution before we start allowing for whatever equivalent of submit new proposals is, so that everyone that's submitting a proposal says, here's how I'm going to register the capability or the support for a capability, and then we can go from there.
So that is an interesting one, is if we can quickly get something of capabilities to get it into the 1.0 spec before we stamp it.
Okay.
Just thinking out
loud. Yeah, exactly. Like maybe when you flash
maybe. No. I was on vacation yesterday.
Yeah. So
sorry, what were you saying?
I'm saying maybe when you hit /v2, it just returns a JSON block that says, here's the things I support, and everything is namespaced, or maybe /v2/_discover. I mean, this is all byte shedding, but the point is we can get that in now, before OCI distribution hits 1.0, even if that list is literally empty, we at least have means for the future.
Yep, like it.
I have a very general question. Earlier on, there was some discussion about storing like non-image artifacts in the registry, and then also having the signature model work with these as well.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, a lot of the talk about what to put in a signature seem to be quite specific to, base layers and things like that. So I just wanted to sort of raise the question, do we see this all working as well for just arbitrary blobs of bits?
I mean, the fundamental signature is signing a blob of bits.
Right.
I think the question, the other stuff about more structured.
Yeah, exactly.
I think is potentially a later enhancement or something that has to have a more detailed thing. Because it needs a structure attached to it that tells you how to actually validate that information. But fundamentally, a signature is just a signature on a hash. So it should work for everything.
For anything.
Yeah, I think if we generalize the work for anything, I think there'll be artifact-specific implementations that can leverage this generalization. So, like, yeah, the concept of base layers is something unique to images.
Sure.
But
yeah, there's also a question of there's some questions around if there's particular metadata you want signed, things like expiry, and signature expiry and other information that you want to make sure is signed, which at the moment, I mean, there hasn't, like, a lot of those things are going to have to be in the blob you sign.
Yeah.
So you've actually signed the metadata.
Because I don't like I mean, I think it's healthy that there's certain aspects that are healthy to have an expiry, but especially with short life expirations, some of the infrastructure wasn't even getting out. I don't know, like people that don't release multiple times daily, having a 6-month cycle, if they went back to redeploy something that was done prior, the infrastructure wouldn't even allow them. They're already in like a break glass scenario just to deploy or reproduce an old environment. I don't know. Like I think there's a balance there on expirations. I don't like them particularly.
Yeah. Okay, should we break?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, yeah, there's a question, but what I meant is there are some bits of metadata you definitely need to sign, and therefore those depend on there being something you can sign that has a metadata, a way of storing metadata, but it could normally be a manifest or something, so it's fine.
Which already supports annotations.
Yeah.
So
but we need to potentially standardize some annotations of the kinds that people want to use for signing, because there's not much.
What to read in? Okay.
So just expiry was just something you have to sign the expiry. If you don't have an expiry, it's got to be signed. So we would have to standardize a piece of metadata for expiry if we want to do that.
Okay.
And there's potentially other things. But that was just in the context of just arbitrary. If you're signing an arbitrary blob, then it's difficult to know what metadata it is that you're signing on it. But
we could put something in the distribution spec, because there already are some stock annotations that are there, which applies to anything, right? Because were those annotations in the image spec or
image spec?
Oh, okay. So maybe we should lift some annotations into the distribution spec because actually the way I think about it is there's annotations on a schema.
Mm-hmm.
The schema happens to be buried in the image spec today because they weren't thought of separately. But if we lifted that out of the image spec and just saying distribution supports these types of schemas, of which image spec happens to use, and artifacts is saying use the same ones at this point, that if we just put some new signature annotations on there that are reserved, in theory it can work across any of them. Is that your head needing food? Because lunch is here, so we might probably want to break.
Maybe. I'll mull on that for a second.
I don't know that the annotations need to be like hoisted into the distribution context, because like you could sign an image that is just in a tarball if it has all the same data structures that are in the image spec. And this could be entirely client-side, no registry ever involved. So I think they could go in the image spec.
But the client may need to understand them to, or you may want to feed them into your validation.
Yeah, because the registry has set a policy that it won't release something that doesn't have a valid signature. The registry needs to know.
But the registry already depends on the image spec to implement itself, right? So like being an image spec makes sense to me, because both things that don't know about the registry need to know about the image spec, and things that the registry needs to know about the image spec.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that there needs to be a registry that supports only Helm or Singularity or something else, because there are certain types that are just implicit. I'm just suggesting whether we physically pull it out of the spec or not. I'm just saying that just because the annotations happen to be in the image spec doesn't mean that we couldn't use them for other artifacts that have nothing to do with the image spec.
I could whiteboard something, but I think one of the things we're talking about here is whether if the blob that is the signature that points to the thing that you're signing, if that has something like a descriptor in it, you know, where it's like, here's a checksum of a thing, and it's MIME type, and then like the signature includes that, whatever the signature looks like, that this is what I'm signing and pointing to, that could be anything.
Yep.
Whether it's that descriptor points to a tarball, or a manifest list, or a manifest itself, or Helm chart, or whatever. But the idea that this now new signature object itself is then appended to some other manifest list somewhere else is a whole separate piece. We're getting to kind of a loop here, because having annotations is great. I've ridden that horse for a long time, but there is something about, like, is this a field that you expect that's easily marshallable? Or is this just something that adds rich data about the thing that you just marshaled? Or are you just shoving an object at a registry that points to another object at the registry, kind of side-loading the whole conversation? I don't know. I don't have a best recommendation here, but it gets a little too squishy. That could easily need to be, like, what's the best outcomes? Like, what's the required outcomes of this? Even if you allow other people to abuse this mechanism for their own liking, what's the best outcome of it? Because it gets a little too squishy, or something starts depending on itself.
Okay, why don't we do this? Let's take a break. I queued that one up. And for folks on the phone, they've started to drop off, but I see Mike and New York. Why don't we say we come back in a half an hour assume we're coming in for the room. Did I just close them? So it'll be 1:15 Pacific time.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
We'll move rooms at 1:30.
Oh, that's right. Let's say 1:30, actually, because we have to move rooms. So we'll give ourselves, that doesn't make sense to come.
Thank you, God. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, there's also the question when you're doing builds about checking signatures on the base images you're using, so that as well.
So be able to verify the signature on a base image that's being used when you use it.
So I want to go back to where the image is signed data. So a lot of people here agree that the image should be signed in the logo that box. But what about customer posting image in the registry side? So the private key image in the server, customer don't have to use key. What do you think about that?
Which server, I guess?
So for example, I'm using AWS and AMS, give the key.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think we all agree that you shouldn't have to physically possess the key on your own computer in order to sign things, because the key may well be in an HSM, which might be I think we all agree that you just shouldn't have to actually possess the key. And I think everyone's got use cases around that.
How do you use the key to sign the image?
I mean, with an API that's built, that is supported by the.
Is the question signing it on a CI system, but where the content of the private key lives? Is that?
The question is where the signing happens. Is that on the registry, on the CI system, or on the local box?
Not the registry, possibly where the content is being pushed from. So whether that is like break glass, I'm pushing it from my laptop, but more often than not, it should be from like the CI/CD system.
There are some customers who might actually want registry signed things. I don't know that it's going to be the most common use case though.
Registry could implement that, right? Could be like, we'll do the signing for you.
Yeah. And I don't think it needs to be something that we put as part of the spec here.
Exactly. It's like,
if you push to the registry and the registry says, I will implement signing for you in the background.
That's right.
Which is honestly at that point transparent to the same as saying I pushed it over HTTPS.
Correct. It's the same.
Implied trust level.
Yep. Which doesn't really add a ton of value.
Security side. So we're talking about plain signing, just sign it and leave it and detach it. So how do we prevent like something like freeze attack? So it's like you got a version 1 of your deployment,
like
version 2, version 3, and now the attacker can freeze your version at version like 3. And then when you got version 4 and 5, your deployment won't get version 4 and 5, just freeze at version 3. And the deployment never know. Yeah.
Either that or rolling it back.
It won't happen regularly in a VM or a cloud thing. But if you are using it as a car update framework, then it might be a problem. So to prevent that, you might need to regularly sign it. That's the usage for the timestamp row. And if you sign using a CI machine, so how do you sign the timestamp stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a question that there was some question about in the doc. And I think, I mean, maybe we need a work group for threat model slash what do we, because slash design, because I think that it's I mean, I kind of assumed it would fall out of the use cases, but in a way it kind of doesn't as well. I mean, I think that, where if you're doing freshness, at the moment, Notary does those in the registry, and if we want to move to a model where the registry is required to do less because we want it to be more universally available, then, and we need re-signing for freshness, then we have to work out whether this is a service that you run somewhere separately that does it, or is provided by the registry, but maybe it's optional and not all registries do it,
or you can do it, or you can, you know, I think that, yeah, there's a bunch of questions around how we'd actually implement that.
And I guess this implementation wise is like some of these use cases are going to have like the generic piece of the conversation, or the generic piece that applies to multiple use cases. I was brainstorming like revocation and whether a CRL is even needed, certificate revocation list. Like I think the consensus is shorter life certificates like the Let's Encrypt model. It'll be expired before it's too catastrophic of a use case, or just like re-signing it once. You need that time to stay alive. With this, it's still in that conversation, but is a consensus that there's more inclination towards having short expiration like timestamps on, like not after kind of the timestamp?
Yes, as long as you do what Let's Encrypt does and build infrastructure to make that usable, so that people, I mean, because the problem is if you just, you know, people liked long-lived certs until Let's Encrypt because they didn't have any easy means of re-signing things, so they like doing things to only catastrophically fail once every 2 years rather than once a week.
Right. Well, because I mean, like I worked at a place that was on the flip side of that, where everything was very long-term certs, but then you had a CRL that constantly got offended and was like 50, 100 meg, you know, CRL that you had to check against.
Yeah, apparently that's how credit cards used to work. There used to be a book they'd print of all the invalid credit card numbers, and you had to look them up. Back in the good old days. But yeah, no, I think, yeah, but so I think the answer is, the answer is that yes, we have good information from that. If you make it usable, you can do shorter expiries. With Notary V1, the expiries are definitely problematic. I don't think it's not automatic. It's very, yeah. Observability is not great either, so you can't really see what's going on. And so people just get unexpected expiry, and it's more problematic. Yeah. But we do. So I think, yeah, making rotation easy. I mean, that's the thing that the tough design is designed around easy rotation, but we didn't build the tooling for it to actually work. I think, and that, you know, that's kind of the yeah, I think that's kind of the rather than revocation lists.
That's definitely a breakout, I feel. Right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But the group needs to weigh in.
Like I expressed, my concern with this many customization is that accommodating all the use cases could make this an indefinite deferral discussion. But
I think we can wait, then we don't have to worry about like literally supporting every
Sure.
Yeah.
But when you see something touch on several use cases, like, is this something where we could? Would it be parts of the Hackney protocol leveraging that, or is it a separate tooling and APIs?
I think it needs to be integrated, because if it's two separate, then you have to be able to explain all the requirements in one place for what you have to do to make this work.
All right. Did we lose the room, or what's?
No, it's still going, and it's still recording, I think, too. So
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't depend on the laptop working.
Can they hear us with the magic microphone?
I think so.
It should be able to.
Can we hear
Hear
that?
us now.
Hello?
I mean,
Like, anybody on the bridge who can hear us?
Should have kept on going.
We can hear.
Not his laptop. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little far from Vince, but other than that, It's pretty good.
Stand under this thing to talk.
You also see people talking there, so.
Yes, we can hear the whispering up close to the mic.
Wow. What's next?
I'm just putting down use cases, and I was trying to tag them as must-have / nice-to-have. I feel like the first two are must-haves, right? I think verifying a base image, like out the gate, you're going to get a verified Red Hat / Ubuntu / something that you have their imaging on. Pop that in your own. You're going to need to be. That's another must-have. What about portability between images across two separate registries? Signed in one, pull it out, push in the other one goes, yep, I'm accepting this. Must have? Out the gate?
It's one of the major
problems. It's free.
Again,
Huh?
I think this is the assumption, but that means we're still only you can, like using tools like Scopio, you can copy from one registry to another registry and all the digests are the same of the actual manifest and image that it points to. So if you're signing just that, but as soon as you sign the transport, also like Docker IO / Fedora, whatever, as long as you're okay with that data going stale, that might have been where you got it from originally. Maybe that's what it had in the signature, the original name.
Well, that's the other thing. I think that it's you need to sign. That's kind of back to that discussion about some metadata that you sign. You need to sign something saying what it's supposed to be. I mean, that this is, if Red Hat needs to sign that this is Fedora and not RHEL or whatever. I mean, you have multiple products. You have to say which of your products it is. It's not sufficient just to say it's signed by Red Hat. I mean, for some people it might be sufficient, but then you could do a substitution attack between RHEL and Fedora, for example, or whatever, or RHEL 6 and RHEL 7, or something like that, which is clearly a problem. Yeah, so you need.
But there was that. I'm just saying this when this conversation has come up in the past, it goes a little circular because it's the transport. Docker IO,
Yes.
IO was tied up in the
Yes.
thing that you were signing.
Yes, exactly.
I mean,
So
I feel like if you include the labels that are in the manifest as part of the signed content.
But we may need a schema that explains what those labels are, and one of them may be, and I think, definitely the location.
Origination.
Location shouldn't be tied into it, but it is complicated because the registry doesn't distinguish between.
There's not origination.
But it's a namespace. It's a namespace thing rather than.
But I'm just saying it's one of these pieces of information that might be good to have.
Yeah.
But it's not like if just having a name but not a digest would be unacceptable. Like the digest is absolute, but having a name is basically an indicator of where it came from. That's what I mean by origination. Not sort of.
It's sort of it's confusing, and I do maybe we need a work group on specifically on portability issues because I think there's there's something about the name that's kind of meaningful, and there's some piece that's not. I mean, it's definitely some of it's too much location dependent, but
that whole multiple tiers and how it changes a bit all the time. I've had some information is stored there, starting like secret standard where different layers pointing to what other data is stored there, so they can validate on the way if necessary. They need to walk through these dependencies and point to verification. It's just hard to update the origin.
One of the things that we had spoken about, I think, was that, when you're Kubernetes, let's say you're blasting up a big cluster, lots of nodes, you'd kind of want to make sure that the image that you're going to tool off and send was done. You verified that was okay before you sent it down to the worker nodes, and then they went, right? Somebody mentioned prefetch, but I'm thinking what that meant was at the control plane almost, you verify that the image is solid before you send them off, and they start to pull, right? Because it's wasteful, and you have hundreds of nodes coming up, and then they die. You should know ahead of time.
Yeah, it wasn't the discussion that, I think there was someone on the line was saying that OpenShift converts everything to hashes before distributing them to the tails. If you want to verify something, you'd have to resolve the name into a digest ahead of time. And you'd have to verify that digest.
And that's not something we have to capture as a use case or anything. That seems just obvious. Or how does that work today in V1? Huh? Okay.
So you really need to pull the whole thing, calculate the hash, then verify it, right? You're trusting the registry giving you some hash with it without calculating yourself.
I don't know if you can without pulling the whole image.
You can verify the digest and then distribute the digest to the individual hosts.
Are you
talking about an ideal pre-flight check?
I'm just trying to say that I'm just trying to say if you're going to do a large workload, be nice not to get each node having to do that.
I guess if you're signing something like the manifest, you could download just the manifest, calculate the signature on the manifest and make sure that's valid. And then as part of downloading the layers, you're going to calculate the digest of each of the layers that are referenced in the manifest anyway. So I don't know if you actually do have to download all of the data.
No.
You just have to download the thing that is being
If
signed.
But the pre-flight on this stuff would be that you first pull the manifest list.
Yeah.
Like that's what happens today.
Yeah.
And when you call Docker IO 1.2 latest, it points to a digest. You fetch that thing. It's likely a manifest list. So you hit the checksum of what you expect. You get it. You checksum it. You're good to go. Ideally, the next step would be you're mapped to the thing that you're wanting to fetch, like AMD 64 build of it. You're not going to fetch the F390 and the other ones and check your checksums. You just don't. So in the signature use case, you say, okay, cool, the AMD 64, it has a signature attached to it somehow early. You see that. If you're checking signatures, you would then fetch the signature and check that you even trust the issuer of that signature. Then you start fetching the content. You check some of the content as you're fetching it, or calculating the checksum as you fetch it. And then you would check that the signature is a valid signature of that content. So you check the issuer, then the content.
And that has to be done on each node, let's say, or each
Yeah,
box that's pulling that.
Every node is checked it unless it's already warm on the cluster or node.
If you can check earlier, then you don't have to lose the host. For example, if you want
Because if it's already warm on the node, then it would just be your namespace maybe acknowledging it. Like it might be already on the node has fetched it, but now your application, your name, Kubernetes namespace is running for the first time. You might recheck that signature again, but you wouldn't, maybe you have to recheck the checksum of the items that came down. I don't know if they could unpack. Yeah. Maybe there would be some kind of check just to say, is this image still allowed?
But that's not a spec or anything. Like we don't have to.
No.
It doesn't have to work its way into this. That's just an implementation, optimization, and efficiency statement that implementers would make. Unless we define this signature in such a way that was like, it used the Amazon word when we don't, but I'm really using it.
Some of it gets a little tricky because some of the content is unpacked and not kept as opaque objects on the disk.
There's also been cases where customers do want to pull an image that's been revoked. Maybe it's revoked for bug. You need to go back and check it again. There's things that are decision in that process that really be relevant to the nature of where it's getting deployed and not where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's one of the issues I have with needing a break glass way of saying I want to make sure it's not bad, but you might have some mission controller that normally won't let you deploy it, but I need to touch it.
Some combination of a policy along with the mission controller for that specific customer, for example, as well, kind of needs to kind of define those types of conditions.
Which is not part of this conversation.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's important for somebody.
Okay. maybe where it fits together is like, I think there was the plugin section support for like OPA, for example, to make it easier.
Opa! So since Aracha mentioned revocation, you could have me as a use case. If I have a publisher and he sign a lot of images, and if that publisher leave the company, I want to revoke all of his signature. Can I do that?
I'm two ways about this. This is what I was asking when she was asking about this threat model, because I do think I know I'm going to have customers ask, like, I don't want a 3-month revocation, or 3-month expiry. Let's make that a 1.5 years, and then oh shit, we need to revoke everything. It's still valid for the next half a year or whatever.
Yeah. I think the question comes down to, do we want to deal with key distribution? Because revocation distribution is basically the same problem. And if so, that's a whole can of worms. How do you distribute keys? Right now, the notary model is TOFU, is trust on first use, right? Which works for some things, but has a bunch of, like, if you know the key ahead of time, maybe you want to just use the key that you already know instead of downloading a key and trusting it.
Are we intended to build a full key distribution model here, or?
So I don't want to.
Right. Yeah, like,
I don't want to.
I had a funny conversation about this with Evan yesterday. Actually, he's unfortunately has left, but I made a sarcastic remark that all we need to do is push our keys into the artifact registry and sign them, and the problem is solved. Obviously, that doesn't solve the original root problem. If one of the semi-serious options that I was banding around here was, it'd be really nice if the key distribution system, whatever we come up with, is not really encoded into the API so much as that the API says, I'm going to return where you can go find the keys and a means to do so, and then it's up to the registry implementer to design that system, because I have a sneaking suspicion that that's going to be one of the areas that innovation is going to be sorely needed, because key distribution in general today is a massive problem, even outside of all of this, right? Like, Keybase solved it for consumers. Within clouds, there's internal systems galore, and outside of the clouds, it's kind of just the Wild West of the world. And so I could very well want to see, maybe if it's just an API that returns, here's the URL that you redirect the user to, where they can go manage the keys for this particular thing, and then the registries can just decide on their own, if you're Azure, then you redirect to the Azure key management panel and say, download keys here, or whatever.
Would that redirection have to be to a known API?
I don't.
URL to a README.
I personally am of the opinion that no. I think, but unless I'm missing something based on my current interactions, right? There's just I think there's too much complexity here, and there's too much unproven ground for us to design an API today that will necessarily meet the needs moving forward. And I don't want to artificially box ourselves in right now. From my perspective, if you're going to be doing key management on a Kubernetes cluster, it behooves you to load those keys into the kube cluster out of band for security reasons, and build that in when you're loading policy. And when you're doing, just generic can I trust this things, maybe we can have a very, very simple basic keys list. Right now, if you have JWT, there's /JWKs or /keys or whatever. And maybe we can do something very simple. But I think anything short of that is going to get horrifically complicated. And it's really a matter of how the keys are going to interact with the policy engine on the container run side or the container pull side that matters, as opposed to the registry trying to kind of do everything for everyone. I know I'm being a little, wishy-washy here, but that's my gut instinct as to what the current state of the world is. And I think there's going to be a necessary need for a lot of innovation in this area to solve the user experience here. And if we can provide a very basic API that says, okay, anyone can kind of do anything, we'll have the power to innovate, and then down the road, if we see that, common innovations are breaking out, maybe then we formalize it into the spec as an extension or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. This is Mike. Your gut instinct is correct. At least on the Kubernetes side, what we do is manage the pull policy from the policy spec in kubelet. From the pod spec in kubelet. So it's not a bad. In matter of fact, we're talking about doing a KEP to enhance the policy spec. So at least the Kubernetes teams believes they hold that management, not the container runtime at this point in time.
Right, or the registry. Yeah.
Too cool, but they would not expect the container runtime to be managing the policy.
Right, and I wouldn't expect the registry either. And this gets back to what I said a little bit earlier, which is like, I'm not personally a big fan of like, some criteria has been met, the registry says, no, you may not pull this image, because the registry doesn't necessarily have a full understanding of the place where the image is going to itself be run. And so, like, if we push too much of that complexity into the registry side of things, it makes this much harder for registries to implement, which is a barrier to, newcomers and other entrants. But it also means that the users lose some visibility into what's going on.
Right. Yeah, I could see Kubernetes today, adding to the CRI API for pull or, status for an image to, pass a key. Today it passes secrets for auth for the access to the registries. I could see it also having an extra key or, for validate or set of keys for validate.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but I think just admission controller solves it, right? If the admission controller just verifies that anything is about to run meets the signing policy, then it doesn't matter if you pulled it. Okay, so you've pulled an extra couple of bytes on your cluster. Ooh, right? Like, you may waste a little disk space, but if those bytes are never actually going to be executed and it's gated at the admission controller side, I think you're fine.
Right. But it's also a resource issue. So, while for some applications it may not be a big deal, for some customers may not be, but for others it would be, right? When they're doing thousands of services.
To circle back, I think we're in agreement that for right now, having an out-of-band way to load and manage keys, so we're not in the key distribution business, describing an API that would be a burden. But if with that mechanic and that understanding, I think best I can say is that revocation would be a means of then removing a known bad key from Kubernetes or whoever is checking them. At that point, it would mean any admission controllers would make a current and prospective, like no new images would land that don't have that key. And then it would be up to the human or automated operation to go through and eject any running services with that now ejected key. It wouldn't go through and make that policy, unless you wanted to have a terrible policy that says there's containers running now that don't have a signature to back, a key in the key ring that backs it up. But that would be a very manual operation. Is that what I'm hearing is the revocation policy there? Like, it's completely out of band.
Yeah, I think if you do your out of band, then you do also your revocation enforcement out of band as the thing, right? So if you remove a key from your key ring, then you take action on the fact that you removed a key from your key ring.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it would immediately, if you know that there's a now like untrusted, like this person left, a manual step that removes it from the key ring, you just block any new images being deployed to that signature or that signer. But then it would be manual to eject, I think so, or push new services. Are you all in disagreement with that?
I think, yeah, my only concern is it still, I think, matters. Things like how many keys the average user has to have, which is one of the issues we have now, that there are too many keys. It has to be, like, if we're going to say manage keys out of band, they have to be order of magnitude 10 keys, not order of magnitude 1 million keys that you're managing out of band. For example.
Whether or not this gets automated or not, I'm still saying it'd have to be something. You have to make a manual decision. It's not just like.
Yeah, but you can't making a correct manual decision over 1 million keys is hard. Whereas with 10, it's okay. So I think there is still issues in, like, we can't just say it's just totally out of band and it's your problem. It has to be, it's out of band, it's your problem, but it's not a problem that is impossible to solve, and it's manageable, and here's the kind of thing you might want to do. Your Kubernetes manifest is not a list of keys, and a small number of keys. So maybe we have hierarchy, maybe we have, so things to deal with, or maybe there are convention or something. Things.
If we have a small number of hierarchy, I'm pretty sure somebody will ask for a blacklist of individual, like, down the chain. Like, I don't want to blacklist I don't want to revoke the whole hierarchy, just that one leaf.
Just that one leaf, or if you start being, I want to revoke a single image, means I want to revoke a single signature from that key.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gets interesting too.
Yes.
On use cases, do we need V1, a use case on key revocation? And like, what does that feel like? Revoke a key, does it run, dies, no?
I think we have to make a decision as to what level of key management do we want to specify. I don't think you can have people use a system that's designed around signatures and trust without a way of denoting distrust. So you have to have some mechanism of saying this is not something that I trust, or not something I trust anymore. Whether that's something that we're defining as part of this project or not sort of depends on what level of key management we're incorporating, right?
Can it be zero? Can we not? Can we just punt on that status code? And I feel like most people don't want to specify anything for key management. Does anyone disagree with me? Does someone feel like we need key distribution as part of this at all?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I think, so Notary V1 tried to do it without key management, and I think I don't think it worked very well. Because you can't have no key management. It was just, there was key management, but it was defined how you did it in a trust on first use way. But I mean, it was kind of I don't know. I'm kind of taught. I think you have to give people. And Tough has a very simple model in principle, but in fact, it doesn't really work right for the container image model where there's lots of origins and you're running lots of different things. It works great for everything you have is coming from Debian, and it's all like Debian can sign the root key and you understand that you get the root key when you install the distro, and it's all kind of nice. But I just feel that we can't totally punt it.
I think there's aspects where it's really what they're saying they don't trust is that specific image, some aspect of it, some workflow, some process, something related to that application is what they're not trusting. Yes, it's related to a key, and yes, key management system could invalidate a given key, but it seems like it would be a little bit weird from a developer perspective.
There are different reasons people want to do revocation, I guess, is part of the use cases thing. So the things that people, obviously there's I accidentally published my private key on the internet, so you shouldn't use it anymore.
People don't.
But there's also, I mean, a lot of people, again, people want to use signing as a means of signifying workflows, and so people want to invalidate stuff that's got known security vulnerabilities, for example, as a common use case. But I think we need to decide if that's a use case we want to support through signing or through other metadata, or whether kind of vulnerability management is we want separate kind of admission controllers for vulnerability management that's not related to signing. Maybe you sign the manifests, but
I think those can come from two angles, right? From either the SecOps side, maybe say, oh, these keys from this person or this thing is now all invalid and anything related to it, or from an image perspective.
Well, I mean, if we have a core use case which says I'm going to sign something and then the runtime's going to pull it, verify the signature, and run it, I'm absolutely going to have another use case that goes, the runtime pulls the signature, does not like it, and therefore does not run it. You have, like that,
Yeah.
you have to have that, right?
Yeah, sure.
So if that's the use case, then how you tell the runtime, don't run this anymore, is by invalidating the key somehow, and that's fine, right? Right? Whether you revoked it, whether it's expired, whether...
I mean, that was part of. Something like this would work really nicely with Joey's pub-sub model. Like I was talking about a second. What we were talking about a little while ago, just having an array of descriptors that point to the signatures or the signature-related objects. If one of those signature-related objects that gets attached to images is a revocation or even like somebody else's signed opinion that this thing is not to be trusted or some other kind of attestation of it being revoked, that when you go, it would update some aspect of that image. It would trigger an event that people could repull or fetch information about it. You can see that it now has in the signature array, an object about its revocation status with probably a new root of trust or otherwise. I think we could have a mechanism here that wouldn't have to require an API for a big revocation list, just one off of like an image itself or the signer. And then that along with allowing out of band for roots of trust. I think we could have an option here.
So explain what this pub-sub type model looks like.
So the pub-sub model is a separate topic, but
yeah.
It came up through the catalog API that's terrible. That just thrashes registries to show all the images that exist in the registry, which currently various tools, otherwise scanners, just constantly looking to get a re-index of what's out there so they can calculate their own delta of what's different. The proposal that Joey circulated during KubeCon was effectively an API that you would register a callback to the registry at a point in time, like here's the last digest that I know of, and if that's 0, then it would know that it needs to replay that up to current day for you, calling to your callback.
So not just in a repo.
You could set up ACLs on like a particular repo or even a particular namespace level or even at top level. So like if you had an industry partnership with some security company to scan everything, but that would have to be like, you could do delegated ACLs at that point, but if it's just like, I set up a VBATS repo, then I could enable it for myself pretty easily, and just only get callbacks on new images pushed within that scope.
But we don't really have.
Probably can explain it better.
We don't really have a global ordering of when things are committed to a registry. That's my concern about. I mean, the idea is.
Ideally, the point is to getting to an event model, and otherwise listing what's currently out on the registry.
Yeah,
it's scanning that, thrashing.
Yeah, sure. Event model makes sense, but it's a question of what the specification of when you want events from looks like, as a hash of an image suggests that everything kind of serialized versus.
I guess something's been updated or added would generate an event on that image. So if that image has been revoked, then you get an event or something.
Yeah, so that comes back to the question of that question we came to earlier about how you can look up a signature given an image hash and things like that.
I think that's a separate API, but.
Because at the moment there isn't, other than the tag convention, not much we can do there.
I think having something like an API for signatures referenceable by the digest of the thing that's signed would be interesting to have.
I mean, would it be useful to have general reverse lookup in registries of things that point at X? Exactly what it was.
Yeah, so if you can
be at the layer, could be at the manifest, could also be at list, could be at individual list. So parts of the manifest can be signed by respective entities. For example, we have publishers who the Debian side is published by one company, and we might publish the Euro side and things like that. So we have different signatures for that, but it's a single manifest. I want to have the ISV publish the Debian side of it, and if their signature is valid, I can actually look up just that manifest only, not worry about the entire chain. But if, depending on the target environment, the platform can decide which one to go look at. Like that. So delegate the policy down, but the reverse signature lookup is still basically the registry becomes a signature storage, and the reverse lookup will give an ability to have clients decide what's the signature I need to look up and things like that.
Yeah, because that's quite a big registry change.
It would be a new API.
Yeah, so
well, we want to stop at 3 to just do housekeeping and next steps. So we've got about half hour. Is it too soon to think about how a user is actually going to just sign something?
Experience.
Just a user experience. Like, what am I going to do? Like, if it's simple to type, presumably, we can hide some of the complexity.
Our biggest support cases have been usability, honestly speaking. Most of the cases, they don't know how to do key management. They don't know how to get, if the key is lost, how do they go about and actually resetting the registry. So we've kind of built hacks around these things. Like, this is how you do Notary. This is how you can just delete all your keys. They don't get key management. It's just something that's not there. And so giving guidance on that would be a good outcome from this group of people who know how to do key management out of band and things like that. The CLI is, again, definitely something from a usability standpoint.
I just don't know where to start with that.
Part of it's going to be in scope for what this group can do, and part of it's not necessarily, because unless I don't know that we have buy-in from everyone at Docker to go and change the way that Docker works, which is the
Justin said so.
We can change it over.
Okay. Justin says so, and that works. But there's multiple parts to the UX, because one part is Docker, and does seem to be what people are most using to manage containers these days. But the image spec, the distribution spec, all of these exist for compatibility with other systems, and there are other systems that go interact with container images as well. So we can talk about, like, what do we want this to look like from a Docker perspective, but also maybe what do we want this to, how would another client go and interact with it as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the experience from Notary V1 was that the Notary CLI was just supposed to reflect kind of what Notary did, and it was horrible to use because you couldn't remember any of the options. I think the stuff we did later with Docker Trust was way better. I don't know if it's complete, but I think it's at least a model for what a CLI might look like. I think it covers the common use cases, and we spent quite a bit of time working. I think it's kind of okay. So I think something along those lines.
So it's too soon then to call that a breakup, but maybe after use cases or something, we may have to sit and say, what does this feel like for clients to interact with this, right? Because that's...
Yeah, I mean, I think we should have a UX breakout.
I mean, I think success, if we don't make this easy, it doesn't matter.
You may be right.
It's a critical success factor.
Let's put UX down explicitly, but we may not want to start working on it.
No, agreed. I mean, UX is always around, like, what are the parameters and stuff that goes in and what can be defaulted, and I think we're a bit far from that. But I mean, to Sajay's point, I mean, that's the biggest problems that we have. And because we know the majority of people really don't care, they just want the checkbox that says it's signed and it works, then unless it's really easy, it's just not gonna see success.
The thing that we didn't do with, actually, I think with the Docker Trust stuff that is problematic was that it's very hard to see there's not a very good inspect. So you can't, or not, so it's very hard to see if you're somehow, you didn't understand the state of the signing, like you didn't know whether you're, like, if the signatures had expired, the error messages you got were really unhelpful because it just said signature expired, but it wouldn't tell you what else had gone on and it didn't help you remediate things like that and things like that. So I think there's definitely some issues around observability of the signature information, which I think, but again, I think that should be a little bit easier with, I mean, at least in the short term, generic registry tools should be able to tell you, hopefully, things about it. And, but I think we need some specific tooling around that just for helping people understand what's signed and who by and when and
Use cases. We were there. So we have a local, we have an automated failed run. I put that in just because it feels like if you do a run, you have to fail one. And I put this in just so that we explicitly call out that we have to be able to do this in this. Now, I don't know whether that's just basic table stakes. You don't even call it as a use case because it's almost like a implementation. So should we yank it?
I think the extensibility point is important because without that, nothing like what we're putting plugins to that. So like a policy to be able to do signature verification, just having build push and run on both ones doesn't define any kind of a plugin extension. So,
right. So you're suggesting we need another one?
I mean, my opinion is that without having the runtime input,
right,
it's kind of a useless feature, which is exactly what we are facing at this point.
Cool.
So faulting back in, yeah, it was much more challenging than I thought it was going to be to get dinner, but it's a little further away, but it's a good place. So just excuse for why I don't know where we are at this point. Did we get something around the policy management stuff?
No, we didn't.
Okay. We want to have the building blocks, but policy management is.
You mean like what do you do?
The plug-in kind of thing that we talked about that says, how do I enforce signature verification or something? No?
You mean the decision-making process, like, hey, on deploy, should I check for signature?
Yeah. In development, I'm okay writing things that have a certain thing in a production. I have a different policy. But it's more to the fact that we provide the right hooks so that the individual clouds can provide value in their workflows. Yeah. Or is that like a V2-ish, V3-ish thing? Because we're working on V2.
Well, I think we decided it was kind of necessary.
It's necessary.
So
you need to figure out how can have a way to do something and have not a way to not allow that to happen.
Yeah.
The use case, we want to write that use cases.
Yeah, from our perspective as well, such hooks and being able to configure and do custom stuff is definitely necessary, because what may work for a cloud-provided solution is not necessarily, again, going to work for our multi-tenant solution or on-prem. And so we're going to absolutely need those hooks in order to have an effective solution for those subsets of customers.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I was. Where's John? How do I find out?
Definitely naivety here into my part. The type of signature that we're talking about doing on, the signature of these objects, including potentially, like its home expiry,
Sure.
Even being able to address like, this is a signature of what kind of type, whether you give it a prime type. media type, so it can be stored and referenced.
Wow. I'm here.
Are we talking about particular signatures at this point of like JWT, or are we talking like X509 pieces? The thing that is actually like what is included in the signature and what else is included. How do we know that this is like a signed and sealed box object that itself could be an opaque object? Is there already an expectation of?
Assuming that falls into this category of things. So what we actually put in OCI, what the.
But of the actual like mechanism that goes into it, we're not just talking about like an RSA key and then signing something with that. I assume we're talking about like the data structure coupled along with the.
That's the decision we need to make, and I think that, there are question marks around what the choices. I think that has to come to some extent out of use cases, because we don't know unless we know what type of information we need. Then it's very hard to say what kind of thing we need to put in the signatures. I mean, TUF just uses straight signatures with, it's just a signature basically.
Or it's like you manage your RSA key somehow, and then
you just put the
blob, like a base 64 encoded blob somewhere.
Yeah, but I think that's but actually what it's kind of, but also it supports 659, so it's actually supports 659 as well. So it's kind of
because there's reasons I like 659, but dealing with dir and burn encoding is a pain in the ass, I guess, in one. But
yeah,
I'm just saying as far as like having all these different things that we're like saying include this, that's what the 659 extension is for. But then we'd have to deal with AS in one.
Yeah, I think it's. My assumption was that would be driven from use cases. So, like, do we, and I guess people wanting X509 is a use case. People wanting X509 extensions, people wanting to, people wanting support for PKI. I mean, all these things are potential use cases that would drive you down one way, but other way. But there's a certain simplicity in just signatures. You just sign things, and that's it. So, yeah, I think there's arguments either way.
I think we still want to be careful about being allowing too many things, because I think we don't want to ruin the security model to be too permissive of anyone who wants any specific thing. I think we can accommodate most things while still allowing for a strong security model. So I want to be careful about adding other models on top of that.
Yeah, I think a little bit like TLS, right? Like one of TLS's problems in the past has been that you can have not arbitrary, but like a very long list of different means of encryption. And then we've had to have TLS verification tools that have come along because we realized, oops, some of these encryption formats are actually not valid. And then we've had to have TLS 1, 2, and 1.3 because there were bugs discovered in 1.2. Like, we should keep the attack surface as small as we reasonably can while still allowing for, usability.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm definitely in favor of simple, and the question is, how do we provide extension points for people who want to do other things, and let's try and have them like as clear and straightforwardly as possible.
Yeah, but I guess the motivation for my question is that in these things being detached, so if we're like, regardless of whichever one we choose, and I don't have an opinion. I guess the tenet that I'm going by is that if I push an opaque signature to the registry, and now I have a checksum of that thing, and then presumably a media type, MIME type that I'm going to know to expect it to behave like when I fetch it. There are certain things that could be encoded in that piece, whether that is its own data structure or otherwise, but there's data that is signed in it, and then there's data that's just attached to it, like annotation data that gives hints about it. But it's like some of these things must be wrapped up underneath that signature. Some of these things can point,
Yeah, that's why that's the discussion I was having kind of earlier about standardized data in the thing you've signed.
Yeah,
if you put data in the thing you signed, then you don't need to have any way of actually validating it as part of the signature, which means you can have very simple signatures.
Right.
But if you want to, because otherwise you can't, one of the, classic JWT errors was putting information in the signature that you could just change.
Yeah. Well, that is, I bit my lip, I want to bring this up because that was one of the things that keeps coming up, or how do we add additional metadata, I'm air quoting, so I don't want to be careful about the whole metadata topic, to an artifact that doesn't change its signature. Because it doesn't change the value of what it is, but there is some pieces of information that should be associated with it. Right? And the whole idea is if it's not part of the signature, there's no way to trust it.
Yep.
But it's just, but it's still interesting information.
Yeah.
Right. So the way we do it on at least on the Quay side right now is we have labels that we pull in or annotations we pull in from the Docker build itself, or container image itself, and then we also just on our end have a separate set of mutable annotations that users can call via our custom API. It would be really nice if we could have that be standardized, but with the caveat that it would be useful as well that we could sign those annotations so they can be trusted. Because right now, our annotations that are mutable obviously cannot be trusted fully because they're mutable. Anyone who's write access on the repository can make that change.
I don't know if an annotation should be mutable and then signatures not need to be refreshed.
Correct. And this is why this topic particularly becomes very quickly not closable conversation. Is because either there's a simple mechanic that you say, here's the signature of a certain point in time, and we trust it, and then I attach more metadata, and here's the new one, but the old one still exists. Like I signed this, and it becomes like a chain.
It's a question of what's trusted and what's not.
You have a completely separate system that's just like, this is a different trust plane, and I have ongoing metadata that changes that's not a part of it, and you manage it like Joey just said.
It's just external.
Jimmy. Was that you, Jimmy?
It sounded like Joey.
Which is kind of the intent behind like OPA plus like Graphias and other stuff, where you can store metadata separate from it, unrelated, not related to trusting. Anything related to image and trusting in the signature should all kind of be trusted usually.
So I guess my
they
question
take
was
some
more
kind
in the
of
distribution spec area as we're doing these. Is there a way to put data associated with an artifact that is outside the signature? Thank you for coming. And maybe what you were kind of saying is, no, let's not make that part of this. And it's just we do need a metadata solution that's part of a registry, but that's a separate thing. We'll just fault that in.
Yeah. Like at content generation time, I signed this thing. Yeah. Now it's a content signature.
Yeah.
If you want something else, then that's a different thing. But what I'm
treated as separate.
What my customer cares about is the thing in the box, right? So it's like going back to the shipping analogy. Close the door, put the customs manifest on it. Did you break my customs manifest? Yes or no? I don't care if you spray paint on the box. That doesn't do anything to me. But like, did you break my customs manifest?
That sealed tape of like security tape.
Yeah, I need to know if this bug is a real bug.
Right. Exactly where my head was at.
Okay. Yeah. No. So I'm not doubting that use case. I just think that cannot be a part of the critical data.
Okay.
I mean, I think that I think that if people want to re-sign stuff with new metadata, that's also great.
It's a new tag, new artifact.
Well, I mean, or it's a use case for mutating tags that that's actually not as bad as most use cases for mutating tags. If you want to point the same tag at something that's re-signed with more metadata, that's
it's kind of where the SBOM stuff is also going. Like, I think we might want to figure this out as like a primitive, and if SBOM say that there's a lineage that says, hey, at this point it was signed this way, and then there's a new version of it, which actually is a new version of that specific one, that's fine. But like, as far as what this Notary group would focus on is, at any one point, a thing has a signature and done. Is that
Yeah, I
a
think
scoping?
if we can get content signed and everybody to be able to use that,
Yeah.
that's good.
But they're good, yeah,
The annotation signing and the manifest modification is separate.
right, it's another round. Okay.
Okay, so what back to that point, that's fine if we get a use case driven. I think one of the things is, no matter which option we choose, one of the implicit pieces is that when it gets down to the actual signature blob that's pushed, will pretty much have to be, here's an opaque thing that's signed, and whether you have to unpack it again via X509 or base64 encoded thing of JSON, so some marshaller didn't fuck it up in between. Like, here's the opaque thing that is signed, and here's the base64 signature. A data structure with only those two things, or at least, like pretty much only those two things, is the signature, and then that is pushed to the registry and addressed in its own way. So what goes in those two places, you still have to unpack it.
Yeah.
Because what I'm hoping is that some of these neat things, like, oh, that's cool, include that underneath the signature. If it's not the thing being signed or the thing that points to that digest, then you're still going to have to do some kind of machine unpacking, machine logic to unpack it to determine those features or determine those values, whether they're stuck in the ASM1, whatever.
Yeah.
There's going to be unpacks required. It's not just a field that's mapped at the top level.
Yes, I think there has to be, because otherwise you can't validate it.
Yeah. It's too mutable.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I was saying. We don't need to go on that.
Oh, one of the things that was written down earlier was that you should be able to sign more than just an image, right? Sign a Helm chart, just sign a generic artifact,
everything is
right?
focused on signing an artifact.
Right. So that's a use case, right?
Yeah, I think that
as a user, I'm going to sign a Helm chart.
The thing that's being signed is really just like a digest, and or a digest. It could be a descriptor. I don't care. I think the descriptors are cute because they actually give a hint about what it is that you're about to unpack. But
what do you mean by descriptor?
The triplet of of the digest, which gives a hint about the checksum size and whatnot. The size, so if somebody doesn't do a read ahead of time, and then a media type, line type.
Yeah, again, I think that should definitely, yeah, we could sign that instead of the hash.
It just feels like an important.
Suddenly I'm like, wow, it's like, there's a lot of yeses here.
Okay, I'm in signature storage. So we're saying we're going to sign the descriptor.
Actually, the hash of it.
Well, yeah, implicitly, because all signature algorithms sign hashes. But yes, but then there's a question of there's also the question of whether
like if we come up with a data structure here that has what we need, then even if you generate that JSON once and base64 encode it, so no marshaller rearranges it or whatever, like now it's just a string. And you sign that to check some of that string once and store the thing that you signed and the signature. This data structure can get. I mean, Derek getting on the call anymore, but he went through all this also in the first iteration of something.
Yeah. I asked him about that.
Yeah, a lot of lessons learned there. But whether we're signing a checksum of it or whatnot, that this piece has information about what you're pointing to. So that is not saying this has to be an image. That could be a Helm chart. It could be literally anything. And so then you have now this other object that you could shove in and address them.
So your signature can sign a signature.
You can sign a signature.
Yes.
I mean, that's literally like down to the use case of the text and the metadata.
Yeah.
So you can chain these things.
Designing a signature is actually a use case that we've had a number of folks, especially for like ISV content. Like yes, it came from Red Hat or yes, it came from Docker. But that's not enough. Like I validated it and I agree with
you. Actually don't have to sign the signature there.
Because you can actually just add another signature signing the same thing. Because the signatures
Add signatures to the same manifest.
Signing the signature would be kind of funny because you're proving the content underneath that signature. But
You can do it, yeah, because it's
that's
You know what's inside of the edit? So it's the media type, the
size.
Technically,
Size, media type, and
in the,
hash.
in the spec, it's the hash, which includes the format of, I'm sorry, not the hash, is the digest. The digest, which includes hash, and then the hash algorithm, and then the actual hash itself. The size, these are required, media type, and then annotations is optional.
and
What?
and a lot of
And then,
others.
yeah, the URL.
I'm wondering that do we include the origin of this content?
No. That's why I was wondering here, because this is basically a hint that like I originally fetched this from Docker.io or Quay or
Originally
localhost.com.
fetched or originally generated by someone or some entity.
Yeah, I think that we need to get that out of use cases. But I think, yeah, and the question is where we put that. But I think my view is it should be baked into the object, and then you sign it. Probably not. So the object should have metadata saying, annotation saying, I was made by Oracle Corporation Limited.
Publisher.
As published, for example, and I am Fedora 11 as of this date, and those things, and then Red Hat assigns that as part of the content. But then, so we'd need standardized fields for annotations of origin.
Why don't I just pull in the SWID standard at this point?
Yeah.
The software ID, the thing from Tag Vault.
Okay. A bunch of words I don't recognize.
Wow. All right, so there's been a working group, and it's gotten some flack within the community because it had a paywall, a pay-to-play standard, but it's in the process of becoming an ISO 9000 accepted software ID standard, and they have described the entire mechanisms and identity for saying, like, here's a issuer and a release within an issuer, and all these different, like, here's a group of different softwares that now comprise a product and whatnot, so that you have a massive vocabulary and semantic to say this very kind of thing of, like, I'm providing this, which implies this is a product, like rel 8.1.7, which is a collection of these projects, and like a whole hierarchy, and you can have like comprised meshing trees.
And
So
entitlements too. There's entitlements.
Yeah, that's true. Entitlements as well.
How's that different than SPDX or the
SPDX is more of kind of an origin and licensing piece. These two things can overlap, but this software ID is literally trying to codify almost cryptographically what Meyer has done with like CPE and some of these other kind of like here's a syntax for the origin, naming schema, version, release, common identifier. But this is like you can have a certificate hierarchy or even something laid out on disk that tells you precisely cryptographically who and what this is comprised of.
Okay.
At some point there was a community discussion that came out called PURL, package URL, to have a kind of a community standard of saying here's the URL to derive the identifiers about the software that I'm delivering to you, but it pretty much stalled out because some of the companies that were asked to play with that already are doing SWID. But SWID is like a government, military, big ISV, pay-to-play. One of the big companies that facilitated it was called Tag Vault. But that is that discussion. So even if there was like, an annotation or something that was included in here, like, and here's the SWID identifier for this thing, then if somebody had that, go nuts. Like, I don't.
It will be an extension, it will be all again.
Sure, but I'm just saying like that very much like this is Fedora 11, whatever. Like the semantics involved in like cross-sectioning, like the company built this, but it's a version of a certain release and a comprised set of a bunch of other packages. That's exactly what SWID has spent years a lot of money doing that. I'm okay not reproducing that. So, it's becoming more and more accessible. I think the pay-to-play wall is like down to $100 now, but it's one of those standards. Okay. Insight. Things are in my head.
Why the standard for 178 Swiss franc?
Swiss franc.
Or,
There you go.
no,
What does that mean?
yeah,
That's your barrier. They're in Swiss.
So agenda check. So timeline, here's where we're at. We have dinner at 5:30, about 15 minutes or so to get over there. That's down on First Avenue. We were gonna go check out the Spheres, which sounds like it's about 45 minutes to start from here or there and be done ready for dinner. So I was thinking leave at 4:15, which leaves us about like 10 minutes or 10 or so minutes for a break and then do another hour. In the last section, I would like to figure out where we're going for next steps.
Yeah.
So you want to take a break now? Or do you want to, seems like a good pause point. Do you guys have something you want to finish there first, or?
No, I think that's a good pause point. Maybe we should do the next steps immediately after the break.
Yeah.
And then we can...
That was the idea. Next steps, the break, next steps, we have about 45 minutes or so, 45 minutes I think about or so for an hour actually. We have an hour for next steps and just kind of decompressing. And then we'll start softening up for the rest of the evening.
Okay.
Sound like a plan? All right, so why don't we come back at, say, 3:15?
I have to take off, I'll probably see you guys at dinner.
Yeah, please.
So.
Kat said she'll join us there. She got tied up.
Yes. Ooh, it's on. Wait, have you been doing that right now? No. Okay. No, otherwise that would be scary.
Omar, are you able to pause the recording for just a minute, not stopping it entirely?
That would be a great feature. Just stop recording.
You could do that, or we could disconnect the room. Would also be done.
Well, but then we look at it, you just got a blank
Stop
spot.
and restart.
Well, then I'd have 3 videos I'm uploading for today.
Okay.
Maybe I could.
I'll use video editing.
Do they make that for Linux?
Do more work now.
Well, you could do 2.
Sure, whatever. You do whatever you want to do.
We could actually just stitch.
It's either that or you gotta edit out a large
Editing
chunk.
out the silence, I'm not. Just came in here for a long time.
I understand that, but
I'm not liable for that shit, man.
I know, I understand that. I'm just letting you all know that I'm going to be giving a talk at some point on how we did this whole migration. In fact, I'm actually writing the description right now for it. I've submitted a similar one to KubeCon EU. If you guys are all at KubeCon EU and I get that talk accepted, you can all come enjoy the idea of how to migrate 1 billion images without having any downtime. There's a reason it took a little while.
Okay.
John Johnson Jr. has opinions.
I won't share them. It's being recorded.
Dinner is not going to be recorded. You can
No,
share.
it's a security violation, so we're good. Where did I put the
Also
thing
won't
to
be recording
share?
Spheres, so.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, 3.
Stop.
Okay, so where are we? We were in our housekeeping section.
I like your straw man though, John. That's pretty much identical. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what we talked about doing. And so,
Wait, is this a straw man that we should put in the notes somewhere or something?
Sure.
Which straw man is this you're talking about?
It's literally just a blob of JSON, but it was part of what we were talking about earlier. It's largely should be compatible with most registries. Air quotes should. We know it won't be, but.
Yeah, because ECR doesn't support manifest.
Ooh. But
Wait, who's that product manager person?
You said GCR or ECR?
ECR.
You don't support manifest list?
I know.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I know.
I thought you were gonna tell me like GPR.
No, we're working on it.
Registry V1. No. But what we also were saying earlier is that what's interesting with them being kind of just in a list of detached digest descriptors themselves is that they could be pushed and later exposed through some other type of API, like signature, like the DHT style, where like, show me the signature for this digest of this other image. You get
Slack
that
pack, we'll
list.
put it in the meeting notes.
I can't.
What's this? Are we throwing you into the bus in Slack? What is this?
No,
He's the straw man that he wrote.
Straw man JSON thing and we'll put it in the notes.
Oh, yeah, yeah, if you can jump on, I was actually just trying to catch up with what you
Well,
guys
if
were.
he gives it, yeah, or hack it. In the
Can
doc
you just
itself.
put it right here?
If you send it to me through Signal, then I'll put it on the Slack, and somebody else can add to the hack and be, you'll get.
But I need more scope.
Okay, so do we have a straw man? Are we discussing a straw man?
Is a single part of it. Well, not even revocation, just one part of attaching them to.
But are we having more discussion? I'm just trying to get a sense of what are we delving into right now, that's all.
Metadata for defining what the signature might be. It's a JSON.
No, I'm asking on a much higher level.
Signature,
What are we talking about right now? Is somebody just popping that in and we're done, or are we
No.
going to continue talking about this? I'm fine if we
Popping
do.
it in, done.
Okay.
The open question that I'm gonna have to put my hands on to find is, one question I had was the pull through, the digest of an image. So when I want to inspect the digest of Docker.io/Ubuntu latest, is the digest I see pulled through to the AMD64 that maps to my machine that I'm interested in, or is it of the manifest list? I thought it pulled through. And Samuel remembers it as being of the manifest list itself. So some of the behavior that we're mimicking here has to do with where that authoritative digest is.
If you're pulling a modern manifest list, then you're going to pull, it'll look up the manifest ID, the content addressable manifest SHA for the internal manifest and then pull that. So both levels are content addressable and stored as manifests.
But I think the client behavior is not
Ideal.
not standardized. I think
Right.
so. Docker currently just does pull through because it never really understood manifest list. But Containerd doesn't, and Containerd can handle the manifest list properly, and that's the behavior that we want, and we want to put into Docker once we've ripped out the old bit and replaced it with Containerd, which should happen soon, because otherwise, because we had this problem already. Like, for example, when we added the Docker Trust stuff to Docker, you couldn't sign a manifest list because Docker didn't know anything about manifest lists.
Right.
You sign the image. So with Docker Trust, you can only sign images and not manifest lists.
Mm-hmm.
And so it turns out that what you normally want to sign is the manifest list because it's one thing to sign. Right. And then it works for everything. So we're still using Notary CLI to sign manifest lists for a lot of things because we can't actually use the Docker Trust stuff to do it because it doesn't understand manifest lists directly. So I think the correct client behavior.
That straw man would only work if then that manifest list was referenced by another manifest list.
Put a list inside a list. If you're putting the signature, so Justin was talking about how they're signing manifest lists, not manifests. Okay. If you're embedding the signature inside the manifest list, you have a loop.
Or
you have to have another
not
level.
necessarily a loop. That's what I'm saying. Because in that the manifest list is a list of descriptors.
Yeah.
Is this for compatibility you're talking about?
Partially for compatibility, but also what we were just looking at is even other mechanisms to reuse technology.
Because what I suggested in my talk for compatibility is you take a manifest list and you add a signature. So this is as AMD64 Windows or whatever, and then signature, which then points to another this part of the manifest list copied into there, but it all point at the same images. So that if you don't understand signatures, you get a normal manifest list. If you do understand signatures, you've got a signature that's pointing at a signed manifest list, and they're all pointing at the same images. But that's just was a thought about how you do the backwards compatibility thing so that clients don't die now. Because then a dumb client doesn't understand anything about OCR signatures.
Sure, and that's almost a step away of what the straw man is. It's just rather than it would allow you the ability to sign, like I signed a particular digest, each one of those individually.
Yeah.
And
So
attach it to that descriptor.
Right.
But if we're talking about appending additional signatures, like now this thing's been signed by the prod key, not just Oracle's key. You've just modified that top level manifest list checksum.
Yes.
Either way, you're
no, either way,
you now produced a new document.
Yes. That's just a fact of life about immutable content.
Right, but again, to the point, when somebody says, this is the digest of the thing that we promoted to production, there might be additional signatures that happen after the fact. Now, you can't say, this is the digest we promoted to production, and then we signed it with the production key. Here's the new digest that's going to production. That's not how that chain of trust works.
You can't, and I think that the clients actually, I mean, if you've got your signature, and then, I mean, I think that, yeah, it is.
The signatures are going to have to be nested just underneath a floating pointer.
Like a tag. I mean,
like a tag.
Yeah, I think that's.
Because even if you scope to the tag and then to the underlying image that's being pulled, it pulls through manifest list. Anyhow,
yeah, I think that's kind of I think that is probably necessary, unless we have some other mechanism to point at to find signatures. But then you still don't know which, like, there could be multiple signatures pointing at something, and you want to refer to a specific one. You still need a hash for it, a digest for it.
But we'll figure it out.
Shall we talk about?
Yeah, I didn't capture any of this, so I hope
Okay.
whatever you guys wanted to say got captured, and we'll paste it. We good?
Sure. The straw man in yet?
I did. It's under signature storage.
All right, so get rid of the straw man here.
No, leave it there.
No, this section.
No, yeah, it's line under signature storage.
Okay, yes, get rid of that one then. Yes.
Okay, so I just started typing. We'll change this. So one of the things we were talking about in the halls was balancing. It's any open source project, the geo challenges of participants, because we have Europe, Asia, U.S., and so forth. So the proposal is just we'll have some regular on-site meetings like we're doing today. Possibly next one at KubeCon. We'll talk about one after that. That's end of March, beginning of April is KubeCon EU. But we want to optimize for people working in the normal time zones, and having proposing Slack as conversations and with the appropriate breakouts. In fact, if we think about the breakouts, maybe we want our own Slack channel, or a Slack site that we can have separate channels on, or do you want to do?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
The Notary V2 channel is good enough.
So just have everybody pile into that, even with the separate breakouts? Okay, I'm fine with that.
It's not going to be.
I was literally going like, no, not another Slack channel. I was waiting for you to say.
No.
Use it was CNCF we put it on, right?
Yeah. I've gotten a little bit of flack about it, but I've deleted almost 20 Slack accounts of mine, and it's been nice. So I went back and recreated the CNCF and the Kubernetes one. That's it. Find me on Signal if you want.
Okay.
So we're having a Signal group chat as well then.
Which I hear is getting better. They're finally.
It is.
I just posted a blog about some of the interestingness about revamping group management, because that's really simple. Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
Okay. Sorry. Does anybody have a challenge around KubeCon EU?
I don't know that I'm going to be able to make it. I think at least Roger or myself will end up going, at least.
You'll be there, I assume.
I had no intentions to go, and I did not submit a talk to it.
Okay.
So only if something's shaped up would I force myself to go.
We have 2 Notary sessions that we can use. I actually didn't submit a talk about this stuff because I didn't know what we were going to be doing. But we basically get 2 sessions for Notary anyway, so we can use them as we want. So we've definitely got allocated time on the timetable.
Would be 35-minute or an hour talk, or?
They're 35-minute slots.
Yeah.
We can do whatever we want with them.
That's cool.
So I had assumed people were going to KubeCon, so it sounds like we shouldn't make the assumption. Is KubeCon the right next event? Does somebody have an opinion around other ones that are coming up?
Well, it's a quarter away, so at least it gives us some time to get something achieved.
Yeah. Is that a blocker for you to go, even if it was just this?
I'm probably not going to be able to go.
Okay. John, you or any of your team?
I'm sure someone that can speak for where I can try to go.
Okay. I guess I'm asking the question, should we not assume KubeCon and make for another event? Not that a couple of us that are there won't talk, but I'd like to schedule the next round of this.
I was about to say, reconvening of some kind would be good.
In 3 months is about right.
And it's not guaranteed that everyone will be going to KubeCon EU, so it's possible that we may need a separate event just for everyone to be able to attend.
Yeah, and the thought was rather than do a separate event, at least group it with an existing event.
Oh, sure, but it depends on who ends up going, right?
Does it have to be face-to-face? I mean, having a good kickoff is this is a good kickoff and it's ideal. It doesn't, I don't feel like it strictly has to be face-to-face. Even if we circle back.
I mean, we can do the round robin of, comp call, and just round robin meeting will shift different time zones, so everybody pays a little pain. If we think that's more appropriate, that'll be more easier for people to attend.
Sure.
I mean, I think that it would be useful to have another face-to-face, and that's it. I mean, just to keep the momentum going. I don't mind where it is. I mean, if...
Well, okay, so how about we say this? Even still, if some of us are at KubeCon EU, and regardless of whether we have talks slated to keep community conversation going, that people can actually look on an itinerary and show up for it, that were we to have a face-to-face at KubeCon EU, we will try and make it in the afternoon and the dial-in available.
Okay. Because after Europe time, you think is a good morning?
Yeah, it's morning here, lunchtime for US. So then let's still target KubeCon EU and just make a note that the face-to-face meeting will be...
Not lunchtime US.
What?
What is East Coast?
Oh, East Coast lunchtime, yeah, sorry,
yes. The US is only on the East Coast.
Oh, yes.
Of course. The best coast? Yeah, no, but make it afternoon, after lunch for a face-to-face so that the dial-in is more open for those not traveling.
Okay. All right, so we'll get that set up. I or Phil or you or somewhere, between you and I, can we figure on getting that scheduled?
Sure.
Okay. Although you said you weren't attending, so I think I just volunteered, so. We'll figure it out. If anybody else wants to, that's great. Weekly, monthly calls, what do people think? Just kicking this off, it feels like a weekly call is probably a good start. The OCI call has been good for bringing up highlights of topics. I don't know if we can dominate that one with just this one. What do you think? It seems like
it's swung both directions before, where it was easy to hijack it for like
a topic.
Yeah, like this week.
But we'll be hijacking it every week for a little bit.
Well,
in this
maybe.
topic, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about. I think it would make sense to hijack it to discuss specifically the bits that are very relevant to OCI. And I think for things like use cases and things like that, where it's probably less interest to most of the people in OCI, it's a bit rude.
Okay. Yeah, and this goes into something that, I mean, at some point I want to also basically throw the egg on OCI's face, even though
your face?
throwing it in my own face. Is it, to some extent, this needs to be a workable workflow, like whether we choose to, like now, let master of Notary stay V1 for some time and start branching and playing in a playground branch or whatever, and that merge requests for this V2 branch are coming in or something
I was
like that?
assuming we would just start afresh in a new repo.
Really? Okay.
But
Yes, sir.
because it just seems that we don't know what of the existing code we're going to use. We do know that. I mean, like most of. I mean, Notary is a mixture of things in the repo. It's some libraries that we may well want to use, but it's the servers which we don't want to use. So, and I kind of see the most value of Notary is now as the server stuff, because that's like what people run in production, and ripping out the libraries is easy. Easy.
Well,
So,
my point is that some of the calls are good for pushing or like coming to consensus of things that were belabored on GitHub threads or email threads that were not easily cleared up. Ideally, the workflow is that progress is being made on like actual documents, like PRs to documents, PRs to actual code, and the calls just clear up and make sure we're all on the same page. And so if the workflow for the group is just calling in and talking, then that's not real progress. Yeah.
Well, it almost sounds like we need.
I did say I thought that we should be in a kind of rough consensus and running code type model, and I think that's definitely So I think.
So within github.com/notary, we'll start.
Well, at the moment, as we were discussing earlier, Notary is under the update framework /Notary, so we actually don't have our own org, but this is just for historical reasons, and we should just move to our own org so that we have space to.
I think when you moved to CNCF, it became its own org.
No, we put the update. We put TUF and Notary, even though they're separate CNCF projects, under the same GitHub org for reasons I no longer recall the reasons for. They're separate projects in the CNCF, as far as the CNCF is concerned, but they live in one GitHub org at the moment. But it doesn't need to stay that way.
So this is where it is right now. And this guy's squatted on Notary. It's probably his name, but not.
Yandex.
Doesn't really look like squatting. Looks like he's using
LLC.
it.
Well, sorry, not squatting. Fair. Yeah, I'm just.
It's always difficult.
It's Russia, so you know. What is it?
Oh my gosh.
Actually, he wrote all the code himself.
Anyway, yes, it should be nice.
So.
Right. Do you want to take?
To think of an org.
Do you want to take to figure out an org?
Yeah, I can figure that out.
Yeah, because otherwise we'll be in a kind of a weird situation. I mean, we could make a Notary V2 repo underneath that.
We could,
but
it feels a bit weird. It does feel a bit weird not to.
Under the update framework.
Yeah, it does.
Is Notary V2 and all this stuff going to be strictly compatible with TUF or not? We're not. Is that a requirement anymore?
I'd like to say no.
It's not a straight requirement. I think my view of it is that it would be nice if we could adapt TUF to support the registry use cases, because I think they are different from the use cases for which TUF was originally designed, but they're not totally unrelated, but they're not the same either. And I think that some of the things we've learned about what's different, so ideally it could be a set of, there could be a set of TUF extensions that correspond to Notary V2. But I think this is still, I need to talk to the NYU people a bit about what they think about this as well, in a bit more detail. So I think it's like, because I think that they've always been flexible about things like formats and those types of things, whereas because TUF specifies the JSON formats, and we're probably going to do something different just because registries are different. That's fine. But if we're going to do something that has different security properties, it needs to kind of either be an extension or be not tough, or what?
I just didn't know if one implied the other. Yeah, that's all. So I think we're on the same page there. That's cool. Okay.
Okay, so just recapping to make sure we're leaving here with assumptions. So we'll stay with Notary V2 for the Slack channel. We've been Justin set up. KubeCon afternoon, Sunday afternoon, I'll set up something and we'll do a dial-in so people that don't attend can attend. Does anybody have an opinion on before or after the conference? Is that a problem? Because taking an afternoon, it'll be a challenge for people that want to attend sessions. Is this a good excuse to stay in Amsterdam a little bit longer?
We have so much legal marijuana here. Why else? I don't need to go to Amsterdam. Usually, if I'm having to fly over there, I'll pack on a day or so anyway. So just for making jet lag work.
Yeah, I'm going to plan to stay a little bit afterwards, but I don't assume for others. But I have seen other events usually be tacked on a day. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure there'll be a couple of ones tacked on either before or after, like this last one as well.
Well, there's definitely day zero events.
I was about to say that was.
How about a day zero event?
I guess the benefit and drawback is that day zero events, your brain is not completely mush yet, but usually by the end of the event, you've built up a head of steam of things that you know need to be done. But your brain is more mushy, so there's benefits and drawbacks to both. Usually by the end of the event.
We can work that out right in the coming 3 months.
At the beginning. For me, I'm stressed at the beginning of the event. If I have a talk, I can't focus. So.
So hopefully none of our talks will be accepted. We'll be fine.
All right, let me find out as the event schedules. I'm gonna assume a before or after or day zero. And if not, I'll do a day plus one.
That's the next face-to-face.
Yeah, that's the next planned face-to-face. Okay, we're gonna focus on the OCI weekly call for now. We'll hijack that one.
Well, I wasn't entirely sure if we should do everything in that.
So what I put is, should we do one, instead of doing a regular call and making up an agenda, just justify the call, use the OCI call for a regular because it's already standing, but we can absolutely, I think we need to have owners for the breakouts.
We definitely do.
And then the owner can say, hey, there's enough topics here. Thursday at 4 o'clock some time zone, we're gonna have an hour meeting, but I'll leave it as one-offs as opposed to a regular schedule.
Okay, that sounds good, yes.
Okay. And then logistically, what do we do for Colin? Does it cost us to use the Zoom more than, because we pay for the Zoom?
No, it's a standard monthly.
Okay.
There's a CNCF Zoom.
Okay.
There's a CNCF Zoom, but the OCI Zoom is a monthly budget. It doesn't matter how much we use it.
Okay. All right. So let's do you
it.
care? Do we? I don't have access to either. So somebody.
I'm supposed to be getting a Notary CNCF permanent Zoom.
Oh, perfect.
That we can use, but I haven't got it yet. We can use that.
All right. We'll focus on getting that because we got a couple of weeks. Where did I put that? We'll schedule one of calls for the breakout. Justin to get a CNCF Notary Zoom thing. Room?
Hey guys.
Yep.
I'm going to drop off, so I just want to thank Steve for organizing everything and thank everyone for attending. I assume you guys will put out notes afterwards of anything you continue to talk about.
I'm going to keep typing. But
Awesome.
I want to thank Omar and Raja and Justin for.
Then thank you to everybody then. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks. Okay, Zoom room. Community content, Notary org, you own that one too.
Yeah.
If you feel like you need a hand up some of this stuff, let us know. We'll help you out. I don't know what that is. And you're going to find a new org on. Did I just say this? Okay,
yeah.
Sorry. And we already got rid of that. All right, so we got some of the meeting logistics, timeline. As people that work with me on OCI and Helm know I'm not a very patient person, but I'm trying. So I'll take a little more realistic approach here of what we can get done in a reasonable timeline. You had expressed some, so I'll start with you guys.
Yeah.
Where are you at on?
Well, we'd like to ship something in 2020, but
2020, I'm hoping we'll all ship something.
Yeah, I think that's realistic. And I think we should scope things down to make sure that we can do that, because otherwise it's just a long time. I think this idea of phasing, working out which things are vital and which things can be phased is good.
So like, if you break up the first half of the year, figuring enough that you know that in the second half of the year, you're committing resources to ship, then that's there. Which means internally we've already probably hacked at some
Yeah, I'm
rough
assuming
code
we're hacking.
in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, and I think some of the, I mean, like, I don't know, are you depending on the distribution spec being V1 for any of this? I know you had mentioned again about our hopes to have that shipped by the, V1 stamped by the end of the year.
Yeah, I think we should not, I mean, I think the main thing there was, are we adding something to your goal of wanting to ship Notary V1? Sorry, distribution V1. Okay. So I think we're all good, that everything we're talking about is additive, right? So we're not taking, it's not so much that we're taking a dependency on distribution V1 is that we don't have a requirement to change distribution V1 to be this. I think there's an assumption there will be a distribution 1 plus that will propose some additive things to. So it's not so much dependency on 1.0, it's an assumption that we're going to make an additive change to distribution.
Did you make a note about that way earlier, like quickly adding an API to expose features?
Yeah. Oh, I did.
Did
It's juggled in the notes, but
okay.
let's.
I just want to call that out because
no, let me put that somewhere.
Yeah, because if we want, so you want to ship distribution V1 by the end of this year?
It's not going to happen, but sure, that was the goal.
Yeah, I keep on calling it capabilities because there was a phone thing that we did, but there was a
everything's called capabilities.
Oh my God.
PEP.
What'd you call it?
PEP, which is Python.
Is it PEP or DEP?
But yeah, something just extension metadata or something.
Yeah. I was calling it just like features, just like things that are compiled in.
Yeah.
So wait, we actually think we can get something shipped in 2020?
For this Notary V2?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't see why not.
I don't see why not. Cool.
I was afraid you were worried about something by summer or something that you were going to.
Yes, but no.
As with all these, at least, and I'm certainly probably one of the newest to these spaces, is trying to GA, call it 1.0, whatever the hell we call things in open source, because you don't really GA something, but stamping it a 1.0 release thing in 2020 is probably not realistic.
I was about to say, because an O.O.1 is generally available, so.
I think we could, like, I would love for us, this would be a perfect example, that we all get, like, of the, how many, 4 clouds? 3 clouds in a company, 3 clouds in a vendor, maybe 2 with JFrog.
4 clouds in a vendor.
3 vendors.
Yeah.
Are we describing TV shows now?
I don't know. I don't want to dismiss anybody in any category. So a bunch of people that we can, say like, hey, we've been collaborating and we're now releasing something that, in fact, it'd be really cool if we got on stage and whatever and showed and are in fact moving between the clouds. But I'm being a little too.
At the joint cloud show.
Yeah.
We're not going to do summit-driven development or reinvent-driven development.
No. I wasn't so much that. But in other words, we're kind of in step that we're working collaboratively together. And I know everybody's going to have their own schedules.
I think if we can get to the point where we're in 2020 with that would be fine.
Okay. So I capture the capabilities thing we were talking about. Do we want to break? We probably want to break up 2020 a little bit. So I'll take on use cases, and I'll get them done. I'll commit to having something in a spot by, I want to say end of January, but Sajid's going to go, I got shit for you to do. Although we got most of them done.
And we can help on the use cases as well, because that's actually actively where we are on our signing thing. So we can help with the use cases.
And when I say owner, I'm just talking
I
about the
know,
person that's
the person
owning
who has
the
to
coordination
herd
and
the
being the
cat.
clearinghouse for stuff. I'm
Yeah.
certainly not gonna own all the use cases. And the same thing for all the other code parts. But if we're gonna have these, on-demand meetings, then we need somebody to collaborate on who that's gonna be. So I'll
Are we gonna
say,
break it down into tasks, like issues, or have certain labels, or as far as a workflow? Because it's fine if this has a lot of design docs and Google Docs or a HackMD, but when it breaks down into like working a task or something like that, GitHub-based workflows, okay?
I imagine so. But right now, who are the other owners for the other stuff?
that's where I was going down the roll. And I'm somehow bouncing between the Notary V2 2020 timeline and breakouts, because I guess I was thinking we can't ship anything until we get a couple of these things figured out.
Yeah.
So I was mentally jumping around, and I don't think key management, I don't know what the right order is here. UX is definitely later, because we need something we can put a UX around.
Who can own, key management was interesting when we chatted today, all day, I think. So who
wants to own that?
Who can, where's the word?
There's a couple of us that want to avoid it.
Sabotage.
We're still recording it.
Oh, right. Sorry.
All right, we do need somebody that.
The person needs to at least have some scope of what it means for key management as it relates to Kubernetes, like the trust domain of it being in Kubernetes, and that's one of the things that is not my purview, and I'm not trying to like say that to get out of that space. It's just it might even require getting involved one of the people from another SIG specifically, of like, if you were to have this trust domain of like the images, you have to like bring in a key that's trusting certain images or maintain a keychain. Who and what would be the mechanic involved there? Because that's where that conversation needs to be.
So whatever we're doing from a Notary V2 perspective, I don't want it to be Kubernetes specific, because I'd like to do this in ECS and Fargate as well.
Yeah, agreed.
So
we will still have to light up that's Kubernetes, but like to exactly your point, like we're all
it doesn't need to be the same solution, but what
can't be
Notary
tied to it.
V2 is can't be tied to Kubernetes. That's
Yeah, and it needs to be a general solution for which you can, where it's relatively obvious how you plug it into different types of use cases.
And runtime. And I think we put one of our use cases being lighted up in a Kubernetes cluster, right? So
There's definitely an important use case, but I think that
it's not there's a couple of things that are tied to Kubernetes that I think is overly limiting for how all these things are done. Yeah.
Non-orchestrated runtime.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I know I saw a talk at KubeCon that running Kubernetes in a car, but I'm sorry, I don't buy that.
that car is not your car.
We missed the one on the running on the F16 then.
Yeah, I just.
Definitely on my F16. I wouldn't be able to find it. Anyway.
Okay, cool. So I didn't see.
Can we punt on key management? I can.
You want to punt on it?
I can kind of. I have a lot of opinion. I can.
You're going to be signed up for a lot of things, so.
I don't know. I mean, I can.
Just I can help. You can give me things.
Okay, just give it a Docker
then. I can certainly. There's a lot of things I want to write down about key management.
Okay. What else do you have to be on so you can figure out this is being realistic for you?
I think the signature storage OCI piece. Some of the people in OCI, you'd be a good person.
I'll go with that. But I mean, me and Derek probably.
Derek has a lot of opinions because
he's
all right, you volunteering, Derek? Can I put Derek?
Yeah, please. I mean, but me, because it could be either one of us. It's a shared thing, but he's just particularly banged his head on that desk a lot.
Yeah, he's one of the people who was around with the key management, with the signing stuff before Notary was
And then
done.
through all of that.
Through all that. So he has a lot of interesting historical background.
But he's also a maintainer on a lot of the OCI stuff that would be pushing it through as well.
Yeah. And I think the threat model will tie into key management a good bit, right? You'll have to think about that.
Oh, no, those are almost identically like.
Yeah, they are kind of similar. I want to spend a bunch of time with the NYU people on those pieces because there are kind of, they're useful
On threat model, do we bounce?
Yeah.
Okay, so am I putting you on threat model?
Here's the tough owners,
Sorry?
right? The owners, I mean, the tough working group as well.
Yeah.
Chad, am I putting you on key management? Is that what happened there?
No, it's definitely not what happened. On UX or use cases, I'll happily help you.
I mean, maybe we put key management and threat model together for now.
That's what I was thinking. Put key management and threat model together.
In a sense, we can't separate them immediately.
So what I'm looking for here is not we should have a group of people that are interested. But I want to get one owner, one person that's accountable, and then herding all the other cats that are involved. So I'll own the use cases and obviously involve anybody that wants to be involved. For UX.
We can take UX.
Okay.
Because I think that'll come slightly later anyways. But definitely it'll come from use cases, so I'll on use cases for sure.
Okay. And the capabilities PEP thing.
That needs to move up actually.
Yeah, this is really part of distribution spec.
It needs to go on one up so that
Yeah.
the extensibility actually works.
Yeah, it's gotta go into distribution 1.0, this thing 1.0.
I would like to put my name on it, but you will, okay, great. I will help contribute, but I don't want to own. I'm still catching up with the feedback on artifacts.
All right, so I have to jet
Yeah,
to the meeting?
no. We'll see you at dinner.
Possibly. But you guys are going to be leaving here?
Yeah, 5. Figure we'll leave here. Well, we're gonna leave here at 4:15, and we'll probably
the
go from there.
spheres.
I walk over right from the spheres. That's what I'm guessing.
Are we collecting somewhere in the reception area and reInvent before everybody leaves, or no? You need a gathering, right? Oh, you'll all be in the spheres, right?
Yeah, I figure we'll walk from the spheres.
Okay.
I'll
I'll pick Sam and I'll see where you are.
Okay.
I'm not going to dinner, but I'll hang out at the Spheres. So.
When this recording is done, where does it go?
I will send it to you. It downloads to me and then I'll send it to you because you have the other ones.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Maybe this is a good moment. I just did a drive by. So I haven't met everybody.
Yeah.
I just wanted to come down and say thanks to everybody for coming here, working on this. It's great. So I'm the GM for Kubernetes for AWS. So anyway, I just wanted to come down and say thanks.
Yes, I'm
Give everyone that
Are you
wants
going to the
to.
spheres? Are you going for dinner? Cool. Well, hang out here until whenever it's done.
Sugar over there. So.
All right, things going well? Seems like it.
Yeah. So far, so that.
Yeah, I think it's very productive.
Oh, he was talking about the other meeting. Last meeting.
I'll definitely be at KubeCon again. I know it looked like you were talking about doing it.
We're trying to figure out their next get together.
Harry, thanks.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks again, Sam.
Okay, what else did we have in here? Repos, we got the meetings, we've got some owners for breakouts. What else did we need? Beer. I'm good with that. Well, thank you. It's been a hugely productive day. Really glad everybody's been, and I can't believe how many people wound up attending. So thank you for traveling up and flying out last minute and happening to be here and be able to join us and everybody else that was able to come up. So.
Spheres?
Minor next step for you there, Steve. Might want to integrate this across other patterns that we're already adding for artifacts, for example, or encryption.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I've been watching the whole time. You haven't stepped on it. You haven't broke anything. We're okay. But we But I just want to make sure that it doesn't happen, right? That we can't sign an encrypted image, right? I think we're okay.
Sign an encrypted image.
We should be, no, they're just, the encrypted images
Those are just their own descriptor, their own, MIME type.
Yeah, it's just
It's just an opaque object.
Yeah, so that's.
Right, exactly. It's just on the opaque side. We're not encrypting the manifest, so we're okay.
Yeah, as I said, this just needs to be a note of knowing that that's one of the use cases and not to mess it up.
And what was it we're not going?
I mean, when you do the tooling, they're going to want both, right?
Sure. I think we're good there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have been yelling if you guys stepped on the mine type for encryption.
But to that end though, somebody who I didn't know if he was going to dial in on this talk, but Brandon Loam's effort getting the encryption all the way bubbled up through even a KEP.
Yep, Brandon should be involved in the
We might
scenario.
want to lean on his experience there and volunteer him for some stuff.
He was going to attend, but
Yeah, that's fine. I just know he particularly has now fully realized and actualized the experience of taking something all the way from the container runtime all the way up through the Kubernetes piece. That some of that might be needed again in this space as well.
Yep.
So I would love to invoke him, his experience, not particularly for encryption layers, but in bubbling up this kind of functionality all the way through the.
All the way through, right.
Okay.
And the only other nit was earlier we had said needs to include container D. I think that's CRI container runtimes. But I could edit that myself.
Well, I think we haven't entirely decided where. I mean, that's part of the kind of use case in UX and design thing is actually where things happen, whether they happen
right
in admission controllers or they happen. I mean, I think we're leaning more towards the admission controller end rather than the runtime end. So there might not actually be anything for CRI to do, for example.
Well, yeah. By CRI runtimes, I meant the cryo, encode sitting on, Podman, for example.
Yeah, well, they may. I think we just don't really know what might need to be done at which layer.
I think the point was that we want to be not just focused on Docker, we want to include other runtimes. And so to your point, yes, we want to, I don't see any reason why this should exclude other CRI runtimes.
Yeah. If this is a later thing that's added to the CRI image service, fine. If this becomes a CRI attestation service or something like that.
We listed container D because container D is, the main point that's going to do this for Docker. But, just thinking out loud, right?
Yeah, no, I do.
Well, I'm not sure. Container D. I mean, container D does not do anything about signatures for Docker. It's all done in Docker. It's one of the things that's
all right for build kit then.
out of scope for container D at the moment. So and again, that may change. I think it's really a design question.
I agree.
If it ends up being like a CRI, like an additional or separate service that provides like an attestation service or something.
Yeah.
Like you could
there you go.
That's a later discussion, but I think that might happen.
Okay, cool.
Sarah, can you just stay here for a little bit?
Chiming out?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. Thank you, everybody, for dialing in.
Thank you.
See you guys. Have fun at the Spheres.